A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. True happiness must always be purchased in some way, and the happiness Mary and Max are enjoying today was bought with weeks of worry and suspense. Worry because the townspeople had allowed Gerald Proust to influence them to a point where they wanted Max removed from his position. And suspense because Jeffrey Barton was undecided whether or not to close a big business proposition, one that would go far toward making the people feel differently about Max. Yesterday, Mr. Barton gave the press his long-awaited announcement that he would build a new factory in Sanctum. He hasn't signed the legal papers as yet because, as he told Mary and Max, he had something more important to discuss with them first. It has been a little over an hour since Barton made his announcement. He hasn't revealed the important matter he wished to discuss because Mary learned that he'd left Chicago without breakfast. And unfortunately, his train didn't carry a diner. She's insisted that he come up to the house for breakfast, and they're there now.
Mrs. Sanders, I don't know when anything has tasted as good as this coffee.
Well, no wonder, Mr. Barton. Going without breakfast till almost noon.
Oh, I'll tell you, this coffee tastes good to me, too, sir.
Why, Max, you had a hearty breakfast.
No, I didn't taste it. You know, I was worried then.
I know how you feel, Max. Happiness does give everything a new flavor.
Oh, you said it, pal. It sure put the sugar in this cup of coffee.
Max, you're a born philosopher.
We all seem to be in a philosophical mood this morning.
Well, I know we're all in a happy mood.
Oh, I'll say.
I'm positive I haven't touched down since we left the office.
You know, I got that same feeling. Oh, I'm raring to get to work on that factory of yours, Mr. Barton.
We've plenty of time to clear up the few remaining details there. I told you I had something more important on my mind. I have.
Yeah. Mary and I have been wondering about that.
Well, I'll begin at the beginning.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Barton. Wonder who on earth that can be at the door.
It's all right, Mary. It's all right. Now you stay right where you are, and I'll go see who it is.
All right, dear.
Takes some holy Moses. I can't wait for slow folks to answer that doorbell. I let myself in.
Holy smokes, Toblin. You don't have to tear the house down.
You didn't give us a chance to get there, Daddy.
Oh, how are you, Daddy Stafford?
Mr. Barton. I didn't see you right away. How are you, sir?
Oh, very well, thank you. And you?
Oh, I couldn't be better.
Good.
Say, I just read the news about your closing this deal with Max here.
Oh.
I'm so happy I could do one of them jitterbugs.
Well, don't tell me the Sentinel has the news out already.
Hey, what they do? Run an extra?
No, I read it on the little ticker board they have in their window.
Well, that's fast reporting, anyhow.
Well, golly, this is real news. I wouldn't be surprised if the town declares a legal holiday.
Hardly that.
Well, we've declared a holiday, Daddy. Come on, sit down and have some coffee to celebrate,
I
huh?
don't mind if I do, Mary, darling.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Barton. You were just about to tell us something when the doorbell rang.
Oh, well, keep until after the coffee, Mrs. Sanders.
All right, I'll bring in a nice fresh pot.
Oh, good.
Hey, boy, this place is busy today.
Goodness, I should say. I'll answer it on the way to the kitchen now.
Yeah, all right, okay.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mrs. Brown. How are you? Yes. Yes, he has. Oh, it's wonderful. Well, thank you ever so much. I know how you felt all along. All right, I'll tell him. He'll be pleased that you called. And remember us to Mr. Brown. All right, Mrs. Brown. Goodbye. Was Mrs. Brown, Max?
Huh?
She wanted to congratulate you about the factory.
Well, say, that was darn nice of her.
Certainly, the whole town has heard about it.
Sanders ain't very large, Mr. Barton. News gets around.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll get the coffee.
Yep, okie dokie, Mary, okie dokie. Say, listen, maybe we ought to have some champagne at a time like this, huh?
Coffee's good enough, Max. If you want anything stronger, just look at Mary's eyes.
Huh?
They're sparkling so I declare they're near blind a person.
Daddy has our idea about happiness turning water into wine, Max.
Yeah, it sure does, too.
There she goes again.
Yep. Oh, boy, that's a doorbell this time. I'll answer it.
Hiya, Max.
Well, hi, Danny.
I hear you finally did it.
Yowzer, boy, it's in the bag. Come on in.
Gee whiz, you'd think it was Armistice Day, the way
Yeah?
people are crowding around the Sentinel office. They've got a special bulletin.
Yeah, Daddy just told us. He came sailing in here on a Hyde.
Well, don't ask me how I got here. I bet I covered 10 blocks in 3 minutes flat.
Well, come on in the dining room. Mr. Barton is there. We brought him over for breakfast.
Breakfast? Well,
Yeah.
say, it's almost lunch.
Well, he left Chicago so early he didn't get a chance to eat.
Do I hear that young sprout of mine out there?
Yep, it's the chip off the old blockhead, Dad.
Cut out that wisecracking or I'll do a little witching down.
How are you, Danny?
Oh, I'm swell, Mr. Barton. I just heard the announcement about your new factory.
Ain't that something, Danny?
Boy, I'll say it is.
Boy, these bells are driving me nuts.
I'm answering it, Mary.
All right, thanks, honey, thanks. Well, it's been either the door or the phone all morning.
Oh, quit beefing.
Huh?
Folks are so tickled they probably want to congratulate you.
Hey, don't you worry. I ain't sore, Daddy. I ain't sore.
Max hollers most when he's happiest.
Oh, yeah.
I got Rube just now offering his congratulations.
Oh, Rube. Well, tell him that we're buying a new cab in the interest of the backbones of the town. Hey, listen, you need any help out there, Toots?
No, I'm coming in now, dear. Boy, doesn't the coffee smell good?
right.
Hello, Danny.
Hiya, Mary. Congratulations on your husband's business deal.
Thank you. Sit down and celebrate with us.
Here, wait a minute. I'll take your tray,
Oh,
Mary.
careful, Max.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
Well, these are real family gatherings
Yes.
here.
Yep, like old times.
Not quite, Daddy. There's one pretty important member missing.
Yes, Danny, I know. Phyllis.
Danny, as soon as we're through, I'll run over and see her.
Yep, yeah, sure. We'll all go over, Daddy.
That'll be fine. You'll have more coffee, Mr. Barton.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Here, Daddy. Yours with plenty of cream.
Thanks, honey.
No cream for my Mac.
No. I like a He-Man drink.
Oh, is that so? Then I'll take mine straight, too.
Oh, don't let Max tease you, Danny. You'd be a He-Man even if you took cream.
Thank you.
Hey, how about us drinking to the new factory?
I'm right with you,
We'll
pal.
all drink to that.
All right.
It's going to mean something for everyone in Sanders.
Gee, maybe even for my little Phyllis.
Hey, listen, we'll see that it does, kid.
Say, I bet once things get settled, I'll be able to open up my hotel.
Why, of course. We have to have a hotel here. Why don't you open it right away?
Well, we kind of thought we'd better wait until everything was signed and all.
Oh, don't worry a bit. The papers are as good as signed.
Well, if you people will pardon me, I'm going home. Phyllis is all by herself, and I hate to leave her like that.
Wait a minute, son. I started to tell Mary and Max about something. It's been so busy here, I didn't have an opportunity to go on. I'd like to talk now because this will concern you.
Well, sure, I'll wait.
I don't think I told you why I missed my train yesterday. It was because I met a very old friend, Dr. Louis DeRoy.
Dr. DeRoy? Why, that's the famous European specialist who's been lecturing in this country.
Yes,
Sure, I read about him. Well, he's the top.
yes, he's the best man in his line. I took the liberty of discussing your wife's case with him.
You talked about Phyllis. Oh, golly, what did he say?
He can't say much unless he examines her. Would your doctor mind if he did?
What do you mean, mine?
If the great Dr. DeRoy examined her. Oh, I should say
Oh,
not.
John would be thrilled to have him do it.
And I'm going to do my best to bring him here. If she has one chance in 1,000, he's the man who will recognize it.
Oh, gee, Mr. Barton. If you could get him to look at my Phyllis, why, I'd do anything.
Oh, Danny, darling.
I'll try, Danny. I expect to hear from him this evening.
Oh, I'll answer it. You go right ahead and tell Danny about the doctor. All right. Hello? What? Why, how do you do, Mr. Proust? Why, yes, he's here. Oh, of course you may speak to him. Just a moment. Mr. Barton, Mr. Proust is on the phone. He wants to speak to you.
Mr. Proust, huh? Mr. Proust? That's strange. I wonder how he knew I was here, or even in town.
Well, you see, this is a small town, Mr. Barton.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll take the
Yes,
call.
certainly.
Hey, now, what do you suppose that old troublemaker Proust is looking for?
If he's trying to spoil
Now,
things,
take it easy, kid. Take it easy. He ain't going to spoil nothing for
Oh, no, of course not, Danny. But he has something in mind. I could tell the way he spoke.
Oh, I'd like to meet him on a dark
Phyllis.
night.
Oh, you and me both, Danny.
Mr. Barton's coming back. Didn't talk very long.
That Mr. Proust is certainly a mysterious person.
Oh, yeah? How come?
He says he must see me immediately.
Well, what do you know about that? That's strange.
It sounded strange to me, too. I suppose I might as well go over and see what he has to say. After all, I haven't anything to lose.
You haven't anything to lose, Mr. Barton. But those people in the room with you, they had everything to lose. Especially if Gerald Proust has figured some way to switch your decision regarding the factory proposition. For the sake of healthier gums and a brighter, lovelier smile, won't you look at your toothbrush tonight after you brush your teeth? Does it show a faint tinge of pink? Then take that as a warning, for that's pink toothbrush, a sign that your gums may be getting flabby and unhealthy. See your dentist and abide by his advice. But the chances are your dentist will say your trouble isn't serious. He probably will explain that because the foods we eat these days are mostly soft foods, our gums tend to become soft and unhealthy from lack of exercise. And so, you should use Ipana toothpaste with massage twice a day, like this. After you brush your teeth with Ipana, put a little extra Ipana on brush your fingertip and gently massage your gums. For in that way, you give them more exercise with the toothpaste specially designed for massage. And so you help make them firmer and healthier, help make your teeth stronger, help make your smile more lovely and alluring. Start using Ipana with massage tonight. Get an economical tube of Ipana toothpaste from your druggist today. You'll want your radio tuned in at the same time tomorrow, when Jeffrey Barton pays a visit to the Prousts and we learn what drastic means Gerald Proust is taking to upset Max's plan. Listen then to the life of Mary Sothern.
And now, Everything for the Boys, starring Ronald Colman, is brought to you by transcription.
From Hollywood, California, and a base in North Africa, Autolite brings you Everything for the Boys, starring Mr. Ronald Colman. The play, Lost Horizon. Everything for the Boys is presented by the Electric Autolite Company and its 22 great manufacturing plants. Builders of precision equipment for 35 years. World famous for Autolite spark plugs, batteries, wire, cable, and electrical systems for automotive, aviation, and marine use. Your host, Mr. Ronald Colman.
Thank you and good evening. The combination of James Hilton's fantasy Lost Horizon and a pin-up girl may seem strange to you. And yet the request of our soldiers in Algiers for Janet Blair and Shangri-La is really a very logical one. Janet, you seem disturbed.
Well, yes, I am, Ronnie. I can understand they're wanting to hear you in Lost Horizon, but tell me, where do I come in before the microphone?
Well, Janet, even as your pin-up pictures are a very real link with home, so the Shangri-La of our play tonight is a symbol of the ideals for which free people are struggling. Whether one knows the story of Lost Horizon or not, the word Shangri-La has come to mean a place of lasting peace and contentment and love. And that surely is what our men are fighting for. Now, Janet, you and I are going to talk to two of these members of our armed forces later by special overseas radio between Hollywood and North Africa.
I can hardly wait, Ronnie.
But first, at their express command, we bring to them and to all of you tonight's play. Men and women of the United States Army stationed in Algiers, we are at your command.
Picture yourself 15 years ago driving over a country road in a rainstorm. Wheels sinking into the mud almost up to the axles. Multiply that memory 1,000 times, and you'll have a slight conception of what our men and machines are facing on South Pacific Islands today. Solid sheets of rain turn jungles and hills into 1,000 square miles of mud and slime. Still, our tanks and jeeps and trucks must keep moving forward. Autolite engineers are exerting every ounce of energy to help make the job easier for our boys. Autolite batteries, spark plugs, and electrical systems are the electrical lifeline in thousands of these vehicles of victory, helping them cut through swamp-studded jungles, crawl up jagged mountainsides, roll onward in spite of the elements, in spite of the enemy. This is Autolite keeping its pledge, everything for the boys. And on the home front, this same Autolite electrical lifeline is doing double duty in cars and trucks. We say double duty because we're asking it to last twice as long. So take care of it. And when any of these vital parts needs replacing, be sure they're original Autolite parts. Any one of the thousands of Autolite service stations, your local car dealer and serviceman will be glad to do everything they can to help you care for your car for your country. The play, Mr. Ronald Colman in Lost Horizon, as dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler.
The scene is a hospital somewhere far in the Chinese interior, where the borders of China and Tibet meet in the great windswept plain of Amishar. A priest and a nun listen as a man tells them a story.
You have been very kind, and I am grateful. What I tell you is all I can give you for what you have done for me. What I tell you is strange. It is the truth. I was in the consular service in India. On this day that I tell you about, I was in a plane going from Baskul to Peshawar. There were 4 of us on board, and Mr. Henry Barnard, an American.
This flight is 10 minutes late already. Now, back home in America, we make schedules, and by gosh, we stick to it.
And Miss Roberta Brinklow of the Eastern Mission.
Our mission had a most prosperous year last year, 50 new converts. But I know that, God willing, we will do better than that in the coming months.
And my assistant, Captain Charles Mallinson.
I say, Conway.
Yes, Mallinson?
I thought Fenner was piloting us.
Well, isn't he?
No, the chap just turned his head. He's Chinese or something. Let's find out who he is and where he thinks he's going.
We didn't find out. As we came close to him, he turned and pointed a gun at us and told us to sit down.
It's outrageous, completely outrageous.
Kidnapping us. That's what the hoodlum's doing.
But where's he taking us? Where?
Where? Yes, where? The plane higher and higher, and beneath us, as far as the eye could see, a world filled with endless ranges of tremendous mountains. Where was he taking us? No answer.
It's so terribly cold.
Here's my coat.
No, thank you, Mr. Conway.
How long is this going on? Where is he taking us? Don't any of you care?
Well, there doesn't seem to be much we can do about it. Eh, Mr. Conway?
No, I'm curious to know the meaning of it. Why should he be flying us here, of all places in the world? Look down there. The most desolate range of mountains this side of the moon. Why should
Down! We're going down!
The motor's cut out.
Pouring. Steady. Hold on. Hold on! And so we came to the Valley of the Blue Moon. We crawled out of the wreckage into the snow and saw before us in the thin blue air the wonder of the lamasery of Shangri-La. What can I tell you of that first sight of Shangri-La? A tremendous icy lift of mountain, and clinging to its side with a delicate color of flower petals, a group of pavilions beautiful as in a childhood fairy tale. Icy desolation all around. All but the green oasis of the Valley of the Moon and the lamasery of Shangri-La.
You will come this way, please. You will come this way.
A little Chinese was there to lead us, and soon we were in the buildings of Shangri-La, and there was cleanness and warmth and beauty all about us.
This place is amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Mr. Conway, how do you explain all that?
Oh, perhaps Mr. Chang here could tell us.
It will give me greatest pleasure to tell you what I am able to tell you.
How many people are here?
Here, there are about 50. In the valley below, a few thousand.
Oh, this is apparently some sort of religious order. In what do you believe?
If I were to put it in a very few words, my dear sir, I should say that our greatest belief is in moderation.
Well, all I'm interested in is how soon can we get out of here? Well?
The mountain, snow, the great chasm. It is most difficult. No, impossible. Without dying.
Well, that's no answer. We've got to get back to civilization.
Mr. Chang, Mr. Mallinson is young, impatient. However, I do hope you can arrange our return journey as quickly as possible.
Return journey? You are wiser than your friend, Mr. Conway.
His eyes were on mine, and suddenly I understood. This was not a chance meeting. He had wanted us there. But why? Why had we been brought to this wonder of the Valley of the Blue Moon? The days began to pass quickly, and one day, she was there. As delicate and as wonderful as the garden in which I found her. It was night, and the smell of the night flowers was like a new wine, when suddenly there was music. The player was a woman. In the moonlight I saw her. White face, high cheekbones, black hair drawn tightly back and braided, mouth like a flower. Through the music I spoke to her.
I am Lieutenant.
You live here?
Yes,
You play beautifully.
you are kind.
My name is Conway.
Yes, I know. You are one of those he brought to us through the sky.
He?
He obeyed the High One of Shangri-La.
Oh, you mean the pilot?
He brought you through the air over great mountains with a bird to hold him. He died to bring you here.
And in a few moments she went away. This Shangri-La was a place of wonders, and somehow I began to believe there were even greater wonders ahead.
My dear Mr. Conway, I congratulate you. He wishes to see you immediately.
He? Who do you mean?
You will come with me, please, sir, at once. He has sent for you. The High Lama has sent for you.
He took me up endless stairs and along dark, perfumed corridors. And suddenly I was in a room, warm, and filled with a strangeness I couldn't understand. And then in the darkness of that room, there was a soft light, and a voice spoke.
It is a great pleasure to see you here, Mr. Conway.
It's an honor to be received by you, sir.
I trust you have been comfortable at Shangri-La since your arrival.
Extremely so.
Please sit by me, Mr. Conway.
I sat by him. He was a very old man in Chinese dress, and his face was as calm as his voice.
Many years ago, a priest came to this place. His name was Perrault. The year was 1734, and he was 53 years of age. He was a scholar, and he loved this place and the inhabitants of this valley. He began to build this lamasery. His disciples came here to be with him, and soon they forgot the world, and the world forgot them. But the years passed by, and Perrault was very old, and he lay down to die in the peace of old age. He was 108. But suddenly, on the threshold of death, Perrault had a great vision, and he awoke, and an understanding of the way of life came to him. And he did not die. The years went by, and he did not die. The others came to the valley, and Perrault told them his secret, and they did not die. And Shangri-La grew, and it became a place of peace and contemplation and study. Here men left behind the meaninglessness of the world, the tyranny of things, and once they came here, they never returned. For if they went back to the outside world, they became as old as they really were, and died. Do you understand?
I will never return?
What else do you understand, Conway? What else?
That you came here in 1734, and yet you are still alive. Father Perrault. A man already old in 1734 and still alive.
For in that vision that appeared to old Perrault, when he lay dying in his room in the year 1789, he saw that the day would come when intolerance and lust and brutality might someday crush all of the loveliest things until there were no more left in the world. The small, the delicate, the beautiful, the defenseless, all would be lost. That, my son, is why I am here, and why you are here.
You think that Shangri-La will escape?
Perhaps. Here we shall stay with our books and our music and our meditations. We have a heritage to cherish and to bequeath to the world. For when the evil has devoured itself, the Christian ethic may at last be fulfilled, and the meek shall inherit the earth.
He spoke those words, and suddenly I did what I have never done to any man before. I knelt before him, and there was a peace within me that I had never known. And the next morning...
You know, it's a funny thing how this place grows on you. Me, I've begun to feel this way about it. Even if those guides get here, I'm going to pass them by. I kind of go for this place.
As a matter of fact, I think I shall stay here, too. You see, I've been thinking over the way things happen to bring us all here. There's a mysterious power working. I was sent here for a purpose. I don't quite know why, but I shall stay here.
The wonder of Shangri-La was in them, too. Only in my young friend Mallinson was there anger.
It's a madhouse, and there's only one sane person in it. Let's send that Chinese girl who plays the piano. Everyone's mad around here, but she...
And she?
She's young and wonderful.
Lutz and wonderful, yes, but young?
You wish to talk to me?
Yes, I do.
Talk of what?
Of you. Who are you? Where did you come from?
I was betrothed to a prince of Turkestan. I was traveling to Kashgar to meet him when my carriers became lost in these mountains. All of them died, but I was rescued and brought here.
When did this happen?
The year was 1884. I was 18.
Then she lifted her face toward mine, and it was young, everlastingly young. And then I knew that Shangri-La was a place of wonder. From the blue iciness of the mountain to the green depths of the valley, to the sound of the music across the lotus pool, it was in my heart. Perfect, incomparable. A year, a decade, the end of time, it didn't matter. Here I was, and here I wanted to stay. But the next night there was a storm in Shangri-La.
Quick, Conway, he's waiting for you. Go in.
Yes.
Closer, my good friend, close. Here, sit by me. Is there something you wish to tell me?
Well, sir, it's Mallinson. Somehow he's begun to understand that whoever comes here can never leave. He's almost out of his mind.
I know. He's going to be your problem.
My problem?
Yes, my son, for I am going to die. Yes. Over 2 centuries of living, it is enough for one mortal. I'm quite content. One thing remains. Can you imagine what that is? I place in your hands, my son, the heritage and destiny of Shangri-La.
And then he stopped speaking, but the words still echoed in my head. His eyes were on me, and his lips didn't move, but his thoughts came to me as if he was speaking. I have waited for you a long time, my son. You will live through the storm that is coming to the world. The airmen bearing loads of death to the great cities will not pass our way. And when they are gone, a new world will stir in the ruins, looking in hopefulness for its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, waiting behind the mountains in the valley of the blue moon. And then I looked at his face, and there was nothing left but a mask crumbling like old wood. And his eyes were closed. And suddenly I knew that the High Lama was dead. I left the room, and through the window I could see that the sky was clear, though the mountains still blazed in lightning. And I was master of Shangri-La. But suddenly, Lotsen was there.
The guides, they have come. They will lead us out of the Valley of the Moon.
Us?
Yes, you and Mallinson and I. Hurry, Conway.
But that's impossible.
You do not stand there talking.
But if you leave this valley, you'll fade away like an echo.
No, it is not true. It is not.
But the Lama said...
How do I know that what the Lama says is true? I am young, and Mallinson is young.
Mallinson?
Yes, Mallinson. I want him, and I will go with him.
Lotsen, listen to me. No. I know the truth. If you leave here, you will die.
No, I will go with him. I will. And you must help me.
No, I can't.
You love me, too. I know it. It is in your face, in your voice when you speak to me. Without your help, we cannot get over the mountain pass. If you care for me, Conway, help me. Help me now.
I'll help you, Lotsen. I'll help you. What more can I tell you? At dawn, we three left Shangri-La, climbed high into the snow, and when I looked back, the Valley of the Blue Moon was like a cloud floating after me through the haze. Before us were the ice and snow, and 1,100 miles beyond was the China border. We climbed up and up toward the crevice in the mountain that was the only way outside, and Mallinson was on one side of Lotsen, and I was on the other. And at first her face was quick with smiles. Then a storm came up, the quick, terrible storm of snow and sleet of the Himalayas. We walked and we fell and we crawled, but always ahead was more snow, and behind was more snow, and the cold crept closer and closer to us. And one day Mallinson fell and he didn't rise. And Lotsen and I were left alone. And high above the wind I heard her cry as she knelt over his body. And when she lifted her face...
Dead. He is dead. And that... What is happening to me? My face. Old. I am getting old. Conway. Help me. Take me back to Shangri-La.
It was true. Her face, old, wrinkled and leathery and horrible. The oldest face I'd ever seen. And I, too, cried out, and I fell in the snow, and I knew nothing more until I woke up here among you. And you told me that I was brought here by an old Chinese woman, the oldest woman you had ever seen, who brought me here and then lay down and died. You have made me well again, and I am very grateful. In your eyes, I see a question. Where am I going? I'm going to find my way back to Shangri-La. It is my heritage to keep alive the treasures of heart and mind, and they are all hidden behind the mountains of the Blue Moon. Soon, the world will need what is there. Soon, the meek shall inherit the earth.
Just heard Mr. Ronald Coleman in James Hilton's Lost Horizon as dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler. The role of the High Lama was played by Norman Field and that of Lotsen by Mercedes McCambridge. The special musical score was arranged and conducted by Mr. Gordon Jenkins. While our Autolite transatlantic hookup is being set up for Mr. Coleman and his guest, Miss Janet Blair, to speak with the two American soldiers in Algiers who requested tonight's play, Mr. Coleman has a word for you who fight on the home front.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a place in Toledo, Ohio, with a huge bronze plaque just inside the door. On it appear 3,485 names, some of them in gold. Miss Janet Blair is going to tell you what they are.
They are the names of 3,485 Autolite men and women who have joined the armed forces. And as you go through each of the Autolite's great manufacturing plants, you will find other signs, banners, flying high above the huge furnaces and giant presses. Each of these banners bears a message. We're buying war bonds, 100%. Yes, at Autolite, it is truly everything for the boys. Just ask that pretty dark-haired girl who runs the giant hydraulic press, as casually as if she was sitting at home at her sewing machine. She'll tell you about Frank. He's somewhere in New Guinea now, and she hasn't had a letter from him for more than a month. But she knows she'll hear from him soon. No one has to beg her to buy war bonds. She knows who she's buying them for, even as her fellow workers know. One of them buys for a boy named Henry on the road to Rome. For another, it's Joe on a destroyer patrolling the North Atlantic. For another, it's Tom ferrying P-38s to a fighting front.
For others, it isn't a name but an idea, love of country and love of humanity. For whatever the reason, all of them are joining with you and me in the proud privilege of saying, we are backing the attack. We are buying war bonds.
The circuit between Hollywood and North Africa is open, Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Engineer. Janet, here, take this headphone.
Yes, Ronnie.
Sergeant Gannon and Private Maloney are waiting to talk to us over in Algiers. So speak up, Janet. From Hollywood to North Africa, the party line is yours.
Hello, Sergeant Gannon. Hello, Private Maloney. Are you really there?
Hello, Miss Blair. Hello, Janet. You can call me Dave.
Did you hear that, Ronnie? He wants me to call him Dave.
Well, you can't beat an infantryman.
Sure. Why, Janet Blair and I have known each other a long time.
Now, wait a minute, Sergeant. They told me you're from Alva, Oklahoma, and I've never been in Oklahoma in my life.
Yeah, but you're the first face I see in the morning.
What?
There you are, hanging on the wall.
Janet, he means you're a North African pinup.
That's right, Mr. Coleman. I've looked at Miss Blair from every angle, and I like all of them.
How about Private Maloney? Can we talk to Private Maloney for a few moments?
You certainly can. I've been waiting for a long time to talk to you, Mr. Coleman.
Ronnie, you didn't tell me. Private Maloney is a woman.
I'm more than a woman. I'm a wolf.
Well, the fact is, Private Maloney is more than a whack. She's a hero. She was awarded the Soldier's Medal for saving a soldier from being burnt to death after a gasoline explosion. Isn't that right, Private Maloney?
She can't talk, Mr. Coleman. You ought to see her. She's blushing all the way down here in Algiers.
Well, while she's recovering, Sergeant, how would you like to have some news from your folks at Alva?
I would sure like that, Mr. Coleman.
Well, here it is, Dave, from Alva, Oklahoma to you by way of Janet Blair.
Well, Dave, all your folks, including your brothers in the service, are getting along just fine. And they all think that after the action you saw in Sicily and Italy, working in an army post office must be pretty tame. But they say, take it easy until you're all well again.
Oh, tell them I'm feeling fine. What are they worrying about me for? I worry about them.
Well, you worry about the folks back in Oklahoma? Why?
Well, what about this gas rationing?
Gas rationing? Nothing to it, Sergeant. Listen.
That's what they're doing in Oklahoma, Sergeant. Picking them up and laying them down.
All right, but how about this shoe rationing?
Shoe rationing? Nothing to it, Sergeant. Listen.
That's what they're doing down in Oklahoma, Sergeant. Riding the horses.
Wait till I get back. I'll bring them a jeep.
Why not a camel?
Okay, 2 humps or one.
Private Maloney, have you recovered yet? If you have, here's your chance to talk to the folks in Rochester, New York.
Hello, Mom and Dad. Hello, Jimmy and Althea. Hi there, Pa. How's Tammy and the twins?
We've got the answer to that, Private Maloney. We made a personal call to your folks, and they said to tell you that the twins send a special pair of very wet kisses to their whack, Aunt Helen.
They're wonderful kisses.
And here's some more news for you, Helen. Your family has moved into a new house.
A new house? Where?
Well, it's on Main Street East, and the best room in the house is empty, and they're saving it for you.
A room to myself? Well, that's wonderful.
Well, your mother says she's leaving it for you to decorate any way you want.
Well, Mother, I know you're listening, so Frank, thanks for all my hat.
Your mother is listening, Helen.
And tell all my friends in Rochester that I'm healthy and happy and terribly glad that I'm out here doing something in this war. And I know that they're doing all they can by working in war industries and buying war bonds.
Say, Private Maloney, is there anything I can do for you? I mean, woman to woman.
I'm glad you asked me that, Miss Blair. Could you do something for me?
Well, this is everything for the boys and girls.
Well, would you make an appointment for me at the Rochester Beauty Shop? I want a shampoo, permanent wave, and sweat.
Well, what date should I make the appointment for, Helen?
And tell my brother Jim
Carry me 6 pairs of nylon stockings, or make it 12 sheer ones.
Oh, Ronnie, nylon hose and beauty parlor appointments? My gosh, what will I do?
Listen, Private Maloney, I know this is no man's land, but beauty parlor appointments and those dozen pair of nylon stockings, well, you know, they're very difficult to get.
Well, don't worry about that, Mr. Coleman. I don't need them now. I was just giving you my post-war plans.
Time's up, Mr. Coleman.
All right. Private Maloney and Sergeant Gannon, the man is here who says we're out of time. So goodbye to you down there in North Africa from all of us here in Hollywood.
Goodbye, Mr. Coleman.
Goodbye, Janet. Send me your picture, will you? I mean a great big personal one.
I will, Dave, and
goodbye. Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, our circuit to Algiers is broken. We hope that this half hour has helped to make good our creed of everything for the boys. Yes, everything. Our thoughts, our prayers, our work, and the investment of our money in the bonds that buy the weapons of victory.
Again next week, Autolite invites you to be present for this new global half hour, Everything for the Boys, uniting the home front with the battlefronts overseas. Your host, Ronald Coleman, will have as his guest Miss Greer Garson in Arch Oboler's radio dramatization, Berkeley Square, all at the express command of a group of fighting Yanks who will listen in and then speak directly from their base in the South Pacific.
Our thanks to Janet Blair for being with us tonight. Until next week, when at the command of our boys at advanced base in the South Pacific, we bring you Greer Garson in Berkeley Square. This is Ronald Coleman saying good night to you and the boys, and God be with you.
Janet Blair is soon to be seen in Columbia's new picture, Curly. The appearance of service personnel does not constitute endorsement by the War Department of the product advertised. This program has come to you from Hollywood and Algiers. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Everything for the Boys, starring Ronald Coleman, is brought to you by transcription.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Tonight's flight from reason poses an odd situation. Can a perfect alibi save a murderer from hanging? A murderer, mind you, who died yesterday. Provoking, A corpse matching wits with the public hangman. But let the architect of the nightmare, Steve Barrett, put himself on record.
My number's been up before. I'm still standing. I take a lot of killing. And that other time I was slated to go, a pair of murderers got their wires crossed. I was in the Blue Arrow Cafe, working up the courage to call home. Call Stella, my wife. My wife. I never knew a word to mean less. An engaged signal. That's nothing new. I always get a busy signal when I look for a little cheer from Stella. It was right then a pair of murderers got their wires crossed. The signal stopped, and I got an earful.
Stella, listen to me.
I'm listening.
He's sick, a mental invalid, capable of any violence against you. He'll never free you. He'll never let you go. My way is your only escape.
Murder?
Justice. He's murdering you every minute, every day.
Yes. I die. Every day I die.
Then save yourself.
I can't.
You must, Stella. Stella? Are you there?
Yes.
Meet me at the Café Creole in 1 hour. We'll talk. You must.
crossed wires, and a lady named Stella. Dial home and hear your wife sentence you to death. Was it my wife? Or some other Stella? My stomach knew the answer. A ton of live coals blowing heat to my brain. Barman, give me the same, double. Later, at home, I waited for Stella. She came at midnight. I could hear the key in the cell door. An executioner in an evening gown, a symphony in black, right to her soul.
Steve.
I'm first one home this time.
I waited to give you supper. You didn't come.
I was delayed somewhere, talking to a friend.
The evening dragged so. I went to visit a friend.
Ah, you've got a friend.
Mary Forbes. We looked at old school photographs.
The dear old days before marriage, huh? Smoke.
Thanks.
Got a match?
I think so. Yes. Here in my bag.
Book matches, eh? But light.
Thanks.
Gold metal cardboard. Some advertiser didn't spare the cost.
Steve, don't be clever.
The Café Creole. The matchbox says the Café Creole. And how was Mary Forbes?
You've been following me again.
Is there something on your conscience?
Just your spying and your insane jealousy.
Not your lies.
I lie because I'm afraid. You twist things in your mind.
My mind?
Your sick mind. Oh, Steve, no more tonight. Please, I'm going to bed.
My sick mind. The pot calling the kettle black. I watched her sleep that night. Watched the mask slip in her sleep. I watched the make-believe face she wore, especially for me, slip away. Now a dark dream was painting her cheeks and her mouth. A death wish for me. Oh, sleep, Stella, and dream of murder. Sleep, Stella, and dream of my death. Before morning, I found the price for my life, and the prize, a writ of execution lying carelessly in her stocking box. My insurance premium, paid in full and duly receipted. £10,000. New York, Paris, with clothes to wear wasn't just dreamy talk for Stella. It needed my corpse to say yes. Act 2 in our game began at breakfast. Stella.
Yes, Steve?
How's finances?
We're existing.
Who's the good fairy?
Say what you want to say, Steve.
The last job I left was 3 months ago.
4.
But we're eating. The landlord's not threatening, and you wore a new dress last night. And more coffee. Thanks. And my insurance is all paid up. Oh, surprise. No arrears. Coffee's ice cold. What's the answer, Stella?
I've borrowed.
Who from?
Carl Stanley.
Why does Carl care?
He's your friend.
Making secret loans of money to my wife.
I wanted the loans secret.
Why?
To save your pride. You're sensitive about being helped. You resent people you're obligated to. Even friends.
I'll try again, Stella. Why was it secret?
To avoid this inquisition. Your brooding mistrust of a simple act of kindness. The search for hidden motives where there aren't any. To avoid this insulting third degree.
My friend Carl and Stella's lover. I knew the other man now. I went to thank Carl for favors received. Dr. Carl Stanley. A stubby little dwarf with greedy eyes and a cat smile.
Nice surprise, Steve. You dropping in like this?
I had a dream about you.
A dream?
That you were a cat. And that you'd swallowed me. You're not laughing?
No. I never laugh at symptoms.
But you are laughing. Behind that cat smile, there's a laugh going.
Steve, you're in a bad way.
I didn't come here for a consultation, Doctor.
You came to attack me. Why?
For being careless about money. Maybe.
So you know about the loans?
I found out about them. You've been keeping me alive for months.
You're my friend.
So, you own me. And Stella, we're in pawn to you.
You always put things badly, Steve.
What's the analysis for that?
Since you ask, insecurity. You can't accept kindnesses for what they are. Your anxieties interfere.
Now I also owe you a fee.
I am not your physician, Steve, nor could I be. I'm your friend.
My wife's friend.
Your friend. We were together once and it was good. Steve, let's go back to it.
Where were we before, Carl?
Mountain climbing. A log fire. And pipe full of talk before we turned in.
I remember Devil's Peak.
Ah, what a climb.
Yes.
And hunting deer.
But getting rabbits.
Let's go back to it, Steve.
You still own that mountain cabin?
Just as we left it. And the season is officially open. Let's go back to it, Steve.
All right. Let's go back to it, Carl. Back to it. It was open season, officially for hunting deer, and unofficially for murder. An accidental fall with a push from behind to help, then 4,000 feet to smash against the boulders, or an accidental rifle bullet intended for a deer.
Steve! Steve! Steve, where are you?
Over here!
Steve, did I shoot anything?
My hat.
Your hat?
But I'm bareheaded. I didn't wear my hat. I hung it up over there on the branch of that tree. A bullseye, Carl. It would have torn my head off.
How did you come to hang your hat on the branch?
How did you come to shoot at it?
There was a movement in the bush, and a shadow crossing the sun. A deer, I thought. Steve, what is this? Come out in the open.
If I had, I'd be dead.
Steve, you dare! You dare!
Your hands won't do for a rifle, Carl.
Steve, believe me.
Murder me and palm it off as an accident. At 500 yards in the bush, it'd be a tragic mistake. The coroner wouldn't even look at you cross-eyed.
Steve, no.
I hung my hat on that branch to bait you, to catch you red-handed and as naked as sin.
You actually believe I coaxed you up here to murder you?
I know it.
If you thought that, why did you come?
To watch my murder. To enjoy it. To see you make the kill and lose it. To see that cat smile freeze on your mouth the way it's freezing now.
Steve, you're mad.
Goodbye, Carl. Let's try it again some other time. Some other time, Carl. The try was mine. 2 deaths. Stella and Carl, and a perfect alibi for the engineer. A perfect alibi. So that I would live and tend their graves.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
United Airlines. I want to reserve a flight ticket to Glasgow. Tonight's plane. It's got to be 7 tonight. I've got urgent business. Good. For Steve Barrett, 27 Sand Street, Kensington. Flight 11. Thank you. Wait a minute. How long to Glasgow? Plane lands at 10 p.m. Good. Thanks again. Stop number 2 was an airport ticket office. Another airport. A competing airport. The Bristow Airline. But I wasn't Steve Barrett at this airport ticket office. A prop moustache, face puffed up with wads of cotton wool stuck between my gums and cheeks, and wax pencil lines to age the face and change it. Old amateur theatricals in college were playing off. Yes, sir? A ticket to Glasgow, please, for the 8 p.m. flight tonight.
Oh, one moment, please. Yes, there's a seat available, flight 17. Your name and address, sir?
Sam Talbot. I live at Guildford in Surrey. What time do we land?
The plane lands at 11 p.m. on schedule, sir.
Stop number 3 was the Blue Arrow Cafe. To talk a man into hiring out for a job.
All right, I'll do it. Give me this key again.
You'll get on a United plane for Glasgow tonight, promptly at 7. You're me, Steve Barrett. On the plane, you mind your own business. Attract no more attention than necessary. Go to sleep with a newspaper on your face.
What do I do in Glasgow?
On landing at 10 p.m., you telephone this telegram to my wife.
Stella, just arrived in Glasgow concerning newspaper jobs.
Yes, and so on. Fold it in promptly, as close to 10 p.m. as you can.
And then?
Lose yourself. Take a train somewhere.
And then?
And then what?
When you've murdered your wife and you're in the clear with a perfect alibi, what's my cut out of the insurance? Quit rolling your eyes, Buster. His scheme isn't hard to work out.
I'd forgotten that Stella, too, was insured.
I'm sure you forgot.
I'd forgotten that Stella, too...
Hey! What's the matter? You in a daze? Let's get back to the deal, Buster.
You know your instructions.
I know something else, too.
Something else?
This perfect murder's been a long time hatching with you. That's why you made inquiries about me.
Well, of course.
You've been weeks trying to find a spin like me. All right, I'm your boy now. But you're my boy, too. So long, Buster. I'll be reading about you in the newspapers.
Had the perfect murder for Stella's insurance been a long time hatching with me? Had McCabe, a stranger, reached deeper into my mind than I dared and touched the truth weeks ago? But Stella and Carl had crossed wires only a week ago. My motive to kill, my reason for revenge, was only 1 week old. I was in Carl's apartment at 6 p.m. sharp, waiting for him. We shared rooms once before my marriage to Stella. I knew Carl's habits, home at 6 to shave before dinner out, and his evening consultations. Key in the door. Welcome home, Carl.
Steve.
You'll notice that I'm not using a rifle.
You're here to murder me?
Oh, no. I'm going to murder Stella through you.
Steve, get hold of yourself.
Oh, no consultation, Doctor. I owe you too much already. Just do as I say.
As you say, Steve.
These trinkets. Lipstick, initial cigarette case, lace handkerchief, mementos left by Stella in her rendezvous here with you. Scatter them about the room, Carl. One in a dressing table drawer, one carelessly here, one there.
Steve, you're mistaken. Believe me.
Scatter them, Carl. Good. Now, there on the table, there's a paper and pencil. Your personal stationery. Write as I dictate. And write in a scrawl, Carl. No penmanship. You ready now?
Ready.
Stella Barrett shot me. We quarreled. I wanted to end our affair. That's all, Carl. Drop your pencil. Stella shot you and left. Oh, but you weren't dead. Not at once. A breath of life was left. Just enough to name your murderer.
Steve, I swear it. There was nothing between your wife and me. Only concern for you.
Concern enough to plot to murder me?
Steve, it's only in your mind. Some morbid idea that you thought...
I overheard.
You overheard?
Your telephone talk with Stella a week ago. You got your wires crossed, Carl. I was on that line calling home. I dialed home and heard myself sentenced to death.
Steve, there never was such a telephone talk.
The night you met Stella at the Café Creole. You've forgotten, Carl?
I've never been in a Café Creole. Not once in my life. Just something you've invented, just plucked out of the ether.
It won't work, Carl. You can't mix me up.
Steve, listen to reason. Try.
I'm trying to hang on to what I know. It's a minute after 7, Carl. I'm here, murdering you. But at the moment I'm in a plane 10,000 feet in the air flying to Glasgow. That's what I know, all I want to know. You have Stella all to yourself when she's hanged for your murder. No more! I struck Carl's arm against the floor where he'd fallen to break his wristwatch, fix the time of his death at 2 minutes past 7. I was on a plane to Glasgow as alias Sam Talbot of Guildford, Surrey at 8 p.m. sharp. Sam Talbot was a man with a moustache and a pudgy face. No resemblance to me. My crime had the finesse that makes murder an art and no bungling. 2 deaths, Carl and Stella, and a perfect alibi for the engineer, a perfect alibi, so that I could live and tend their graves. A night's sleep with my name at Glasgow Hotel Register, then a routine application for the newspaper job to cover my trip. And I was back in London. Late afternoon the next day. The city was full of the sensational arrest of Stella Barrett.
We know about it! We're arrested for this murder, Doctor! We know about it! Stella Barrett arrested in murder!
Stella was caught in the toils. Murder and the supreme penalty. Her death was only a question of time now. Only time. Later I saw Stella, by permission of the authorities. We sat in a stone room. This time it was different. I was her executioner now. But her eyes on me were eyes of pity.
You've been clever, Steve. And they'll convict me and put me to death, I know. But I don't care. I want it to be like that.
You want it to be like that, you say?
I'll die and be dead to pain. But you'll live, alive to pain. I wouldn't have it any other way.
You're getting what you deserve to get.
You must think that because you're insane, Steve. I never realized how insane.
I must think what I know to be so.
You know only what your insanity invents. I'm sorry for you.
You're sorry for me? You're sorry for me? Explosive words. Stella was trying to unnerve me, steal my victory by making me suspect my own motives, suspect my sanity, as Carl had tried to do. An act. I wasn't fooled. Stella was an actress, the same actress she was when I married her. The public prosecutor was the final ordeal. Another attempt to steal my victory.
This perfect alibi, Barrett. Do you really think you're going to put it across?
I was in Glasgow when Carl Stanley was murdered. I cabled my wife.
We know all that, and we also know that you murdered Carl Stanley in a scheme to implicate your wife.
I was in Glasgow. I left at 7 p.m. before the murder of Carl Stanley. I was at 10,000 feet in the air when Carl Stanley was murdered. I arrived in Glasgow at 10 p.m. I immediately wired my wife.
A very good memory, Barrett, but it won't save you.
Do what you like to me. Question me. Use every trick you can, but my alibi stands. I was in Glasgow. I left at 7 p.m. before the murder of Carl Stanley. I was 10,000 feet in the air.
All right. Weaver, get Brannigan, and both of you come by my office. I'll need you. There's a man here about to blow his top. Now, let's get back to it, Barrett.
I left at 7 p.m. before the murder.
I was on the... I know. That's your story, and wild horses can't get you to change it. Of course, Steve, I know it's odd of me to be accusing you of a murder that happened here in London when, as you say, you were 10,000 feet in the air winging to Glasgow. But suppose I tell you something even odder than that.
Tell me what?
You're right here now, reciting your perfect alibi. But you're not here. You're dead. You died yesterday.
I died yesterday?
Yesterday's 7 p.m. flight to Glasgow on the United Airlines, Flight 11, was never completed. The plane crashed, Steve. Here's the casualty list. Steve Barrett. That's you, Steve Barrett. You died yesterday. Now, how about that perfect alibi?
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
The manufacturers of State Express 3.5s Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock, when they will again present The Creaking Door.
And now for the radio program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program. The mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. And here's why.
It's because you know who's guilty.
You see his every move.
You know his complete plans, even his innermost thoughts.
Yet the final curtain always brings a startling surprise. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's The Whistler for tops in entertainment. And for the tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly independent signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Uncle Ben's Widow.
From the veranda of the Crestview Sanatorium, nestled high on the Mount Tamalpais slope, Monica Dawson looked across the low rolling hills to the bay and San Francisco beyond. Presently, the faint sound of a bicycle bell reached her ears, the sound of a dog barking. Moments later, the rider appeared along the narrow dirt roadway and then wheeled into the hospital grounds. Shielding her eyes from the sun, she peered through the haze, watched the dusty figure on the bicycle approach. And then suddenly she sat upright in her chair. There was something familiar about the man in the khaki trousers, the yellow T-shirt, the knitted cap. She leaned back in the chair and closed her eyes. Her head began to throb again. Minutes later, she heard his footsteps approaching, and a cold wave of fear swept over her.
Mrs. Kittredge?
Yes?
I am Amos Schlegel.
Schlegel? I'm sorry, I don't seem to...
Of course, you do not remember me. I was there on the road the night of your motor accident. It was I who summoned help.
I see.
You know, you almost ran over me shortly before the accident occurred.
Yes. Yes, I remember you were the man on the bicycle.
That is right, Mrs. Kittredge. Tell me, how are you feeling?
Much better, Mr.
Schlegel. Amos Schlegel.
I want you to know I'm grateful for everything.
Of course. Oh, I only wish I could have done more for your husband, I mean.
There was nothing anyone could do. He died instantly.
He was dead when I found him, yes. But then that was quite some time after the accident occurred.
Mr. Schlegel.
Yes?
The accident occurred only a few minutes after we passed you on the road.
I heard the crash and hurried to the place where your car had gone off the road. I could see your car at the bottom of the ditch. I also heard voices.
I'm afraid you must be mistaken, Mr. Schlegel.
Oh, no. I heard voices. And I waited, Mrs. Kittredge.
Why, Mr. Schlegel?
There's a saying, something comes to one who waits. May I sit down, Mrs. Kittredge? It's such a warm day, isn't it? Much warmer than...
He knows, doesn't he, Monica? He knows what really happened the night your husband met his death. You lean back in the chair while the little man drones on. But you're not listening. Your thoughts go back to that moment 3 weeks ago when it all began. It began with a flirtatious toast in the cocktail lounge of a fashionable hotel in downtown San Francisco. As you sat at the table admiring your reflection in a mirror, you noticed the man sitting at the table next to you. He, too, was admiring your reflection as he raised his cocktail, tipping it in a toasting fashion. You were instantly aware of his identity, and you decided it was time to go to work on this prosperous-looking gentleman.
Hello. I'm sorry I had to use something quite so obvious as an excuse to get acquainted.
It wasn't exactly original.
A last desperate effort. I've been trying to attract your attention ever since you arrived.
This is a hobby of yours?
No, on the contrary. You're the first one I've ever seen in a cocktail lounge that I've cared to meet. I don't suppose you believe that.
No.
My name is Benjamin Kittredge. May I buy you another one of those, perhaps you haven't had dinner.
My name is Monica Dawson. You may buy me another one of those.
Made up your mind about dessert, Monica?
You know, you're a very persuasive man. A little while ago, I let you buy me a drink, and here we are having dinner.
The French pastry is excellent.
Oh, sorry. I have to watch my figure, you know.
It's quite a...
I'll have a Benedictine instead. Is this a vacation for you?
Well, in a way, with Brad gone, I can have my little fling, so to speak.
Brad?
Oh, I haven't told you about Brad, have I? You see, I'm president of the Kittredge Steamship Line, and Brad's my nephew. He's vice president. He does all the work, thank heaven. He's a whirlwind. All work, no play. Married to his job, all that sort of thing.
Obviously, he doesn't endorse occasional relaxation.
No, I'm afraid not.
He sounds delightfully crew-cut. Pork pie hat, tweeds, a pipe, a Dalmatian named Boy. Where is he now? Working out in the gym?
No, he's doing a little troubleshooting at one of our foreign offices. He'll be back in 2 weeks.
Then your vacation will come to an abrupt end?
Yes.
And no time off for good behavior?
Oh, now, Monica, I'm afraid I've given you a bad impression of Brad. Really, he's quite a lad. I'm terribly fond of him. He knows more about the shipping business than I do. You'll love him.
I'm sure I will, Ben. He sounds just my type.
Well, don't worry, Monica. We've 2 weeks to have a lot of fun. A lot can happen in 2 weeks.
That I'll drink to, Ben.
was a wonderful idea, Monica. Wonderful.
Haven't you ever taken a handsome ride through the park before, darling?
Nope, never occurred to me. Monica, the last 2 weeks with you have been wonderful.
Do you realize our wonderful time's just about over? Your Brad will be back in a few days.
Yes. Have you really been happy with me, honey?
Of course I have.
Monica.
Yes, darling?
Monica, would you marry me?
Ben.
Would you, Monica?
Well, I don't know.
We could start making plans right now. Be married the day Brad gets back.
Would we have to wait for Brad?
You mean you'll... Oh, Mommy. I've loved you since the day we met. But I never dreamed you'd ever consider marrying me.
Well, I haven't said yes, darling.
Well, Brad will be home by the end of the week. He can be my best man.
Why couldn't we get married right away and surprise him?
Well, I don't know. He'd feel bad about it. I really should tell him first.
You're afraid of Brad, aren't you?
Oh, that isn't it at all, Monica. I just want to do the right thing. But you really don't believe that
Perhaps we better forget the whole thing, Ben. Brad probably wouldn't approve of me anyway.
Now, look, Monica. I don't give a whoop whether Brad approves or not. It's none of his business.
You'd marry me even if he tried to stop you?
He'll have nothing to say about it. I can make my own decisions. We're getting married right away.
With the prologue of Uncle Ben's Widow, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. You know, when a manufacturer is enthusiastic about his own product, well, you just naturally expect that. But when users are enthusiastic, that's the real proof of the pudding, which explains why, here at Signal Oil Company, fall is our favorite time of the year. It's the time when folks who have been on vacation trips and have had a good chance to test their mileage write us about the results they've had with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. Well, to Mr. Strobe and all the rest of you who have written in about your experiences with Signal products, we want to extend our sincere thanks. And to those of you who have not yet joined the ever-increasing family of Signal users, may I make this suggestion? Try just a few tankfuls of Signal gasoline in your car. Let its honest performance and its good mileage prove to you what Signal users have long known. That to get the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It was easy for you to make Ben Kittredge fall in love with you, wasn't it, Monica? It was like playing a dull game of charades with Ben never guessing that your only interest in him ended with a Kittredge fortune. Yes, it was all so easy to marry Ben. However, you're a little worried about Brad, aren't you? And that night, as you sit across the table from Brad at a dinner party Ben is giving in honor of his return, you wonder what Brad really thinks of his new aunt.
How about another drink, Brad?
Why not? This is a celebration. A double celebration. Order the drinks, will you, Uncle Ben? Monica and I are going to have this dance.
We are.
Well, that is, if Uncle Ben doesn't mind.
Mind? Of course not. Run along, you two.
My.
Excuse us, will you, please?
Brad. You know, I was a little afraid when Ben and I went down to the pier to meet you this afternoon.
Afraid? Why?
Oh, I thought perhaps you wouldn't approve.
Really?
Huh?
Well, it's going to take me a little time to get used to the idea of being married. Been a bachelor all his life. I never thought he would marry, especially someone...
Someone young enough to be his daughter?
I was going to say someone as beautiful as you, Monica.
Was it difficult for you to say that, Brad?
No. You are quite beautiful, you know.
And you approve of Uncle Ben's selection?
Of course. Any reason why I shouldn't?
Well, I suppose some people would think I married your uncle for his money. What's so funny, Brad?
I don't see why people should think that, Monica. Uncle Ben has no money.
Having a nice time, Monty?
Wonderful, just wonderful.
Where'd Brad wander off to?
Oh, we ran into some friend of his over there at that table. Ben.
What do you think of Brad?
Nice, very nice.
You've charmed him completely. But I'm afraid you won't have a chance to get better acquainted for a while. He's off on another trip to Central America in a few weeks.
Ben, why didn't you tell me the Kittredge Steamship Company was floundering?
Floundering? Where did you get that idea?
Brad? Well, he didn't say it that way exactly, but he did say you have no money.
Darling, the steamship company is worth approximately $12 million. Brad was probably referring to my personal fortune, or I should say, lack of it.
Lack of it? What do you call $12 million?
Well, that money isn't mine. It's a fortune that's been handed down from one generation to the next in our family. I merely manipulate the money in the interest of the firm.
But don't you have any money of your own?
Very little. Oh, I get a salary with an occasional bonus. A stipulation in Grandfather Kittredge's will allows only a set amount to be paid out each year. Living expenses, upkeep of the family, home, so on. All profits go back into the business.
Well, that's hardly a fair arrangement.
Well, it isn't for any of us except Brad. He's the last of the Kittredges.
Is that some kind of distinction?
$12 million worth. He gets every cent of the inheritance. No strings attached.
I see. So Brad gets it all. $12 million.
Mm-hmm. He can have it. The money, the company, everything. What do I care? I have you, Mommy.
Yes. And I have you.
You've made a mistake, haven't you, Monica? Brad's the one you should have married. Yes, it was a bad mistake. During the weeks that follow, you managed to see quite a bit of Brad. And then one evening, as you returned from a dinner party in San Francisco with Ben, a tailor-made opportunity presents itself.
Ben, must you drive so fast? These mountain roads are dangerous, and you've been drinking too much. Don't see why you insisted on coming this way.
It's a shortcut, Monty. When we reach the signal oil station at the bottom of the grade, we'll turn into the main highway.
Well, be careful. There's a man on a bicycle up there.
I see him.
For heaven's sakes, will you slow down? You almost hit him.
No, Monty, I know this road like my own pocket. Come on, give me a kiss, huh?
Oh, stop it, Ben. Watch the road.
Oh, come on, Monty. One little kiss.
Ben, watch where you're going. There's a curb ahead. Ben, look out! Ben? Ben? Ben?
Oh, my back, Monty. My back.
Can you crawl out of the car?
No, I can't get out. Caught. Get help, Monty.
All right, Ben. If I can get this door.
Hurry, Monica. Get help. Up on the road. Get up on the road. There's a car coming. Monica, you're just standing there. Please stop the car. I need help.
Yes, Ben. I know you do.
Monica, you're deliberately letting me die.
For a long time, you stand there, motionless, staring at your husband pinned beneath the car, listening to him beg for help. Finally, he stops calling. An icy hand closes around your heart as the realization of what you've done sweeps over you. Your head begins to throb, and the picture before you becomes blurred, hazy. And then suddenly your knees give way and you crumble to the ground.
Monica.
What? Oh. Brad? Brad, what?
How do you feel?
Oh. I'm sort of tired and sleepy.
You practically slept the clock around.
Oh. Brad, what am I doing here?
You're at Crestview Sanatorium. They brought you here last night, after the accident.
Accident?
You were pretty well shaken up. But everything's going to be all right, Monica. All you need's a little rest.
The accident. Ben. Where's Ben?
Now, Monica, please don't.
Where is he, Brad? Where is he?
He's dead.
Dead? No.
You play the part of a grief-stricken widow so well, don't you, Monica? No one would ever suspect you didn't even try to save Ben's life. And now with Ben out of the way, you're free to concentrate on Brad and the entire Kittredge fortune. It's easy to convince Brad that you need him to help ease the unhappy memory of your husband's sudden death. And he postpones his business trip to Central America. In the week that follows, Brad is a daily visitor. And with each visit, you become more and more certain he's falling in love with you. Yet there seems to be an invisible barrier between you. Brad's loyalty to the memory of Uncle Ben prevents him from telling you how he feels. And then one afternoon, as Brad is pushing your wheelchair through the hospital grounds.
Monica,
Yes?
I'll be leaving in a few days.
The trip to Central America?
Yes.
Do you really have to go, Brad?
I'm afraid so. I've put off the trip as long as I dare.
How long will you be gone?
Oh, 6 months, probably.
6 months? Oh, Brad.
I wish I didn't have to go, Monica. I'd much rather stay here with... Well, there are so many things to do here at the main office since Uncle Ben...
Yes, I know. This is far enough, Brad. I think I'd like to walk a little now.
Monica, do you think you should?
Oh, yes, I'm all right. It's so silly being wheeled around in this thing. Give me your hand, Brad.
All right, but Dr. Fenway won't like it if he...
Dr. Fenway. There, you see, Oh,
Monica, what's the matter?
I don't know.
Monica! Here.
All right, Brad. I suddenly felt a little dizzy. But I was going to faint.
Are you sure you're all right?
Yes, of course. Good thing you caught me. I might have fallen.
Oh, here, why don't you sit down?
No, I like this. Much better. Why don't you, Brad?
What?
I know you want to. Why don't you kiss me?
Monica.
A moment later, you watch Brad as he turns and hurries away. You've finally broken through the barrier, haven't you, Monica? Yes, the rest of the way will be easy. But you haven't much time if Brad is to sail to Central America in a few days. As you continue your stroll, you plan your next move. And a quarter of an hour later, as you pass beneath the window of Dr. Fenway's office, you hear voices. Brad to Dr. Fenway.
Don't worry, Mr. Kittredge. I'll take care of everything.
Well, you understand how I feel about this, Doctor, but it's of utmost importance that I sail for Central America. I've already made arrangements to leave tonight.
I understand.
Thank you, Doctor. You'll talk with her in the morning?
Yes, I'll explain everything to her then.
So Brad has suddenly changed his mind. Sailing tonight for Central America. He's running away from you, isn't he, Monica? After that tender little scene on the veranda, when he held you in his arms, kissed you. He's afraid to see you again, afraid because he's in love with Uncle Ben's widow. Quickly, you hurry back to the veranda. And as you do, a reckless plan begins to take shape in your mind. But then you'll have to be reckless if you want to trap Brad and the Kittredge fortune. Won't you, Monica? Now, as you sit on the veranda, a few minutes after the arrival of the man on the bicycle, the man who has come to blackmail you, you're confident your plan won't fail. But you'll have to take care of Mr. Schlegel
Had I not
first.
been on the road the night of your accident...
Will you come to the point, Mr. Schlegel?
The point? Oh, yes. You see, Mrs. Kittredge, I am an artist, a painter. I thought perhaps you would care to sit for a portrait.
How much?
You may not believe it, but I am considered a very fine painter.
How much, Mr. Schlegel?
$5,000. Well, then I also have some beautiful paintings, landscapes, beautiful landscapes. Perhaps you would like to buy a few. The price, I assure you, would be most reasonable.
Mr. Slagle, there are people coming out now. I can't talk to you.
Later, perhaps, this evening?
No. You'll have to give me some time. I don't have the money now. Give me a week.
Very well. We'll make all arrangements then. Good afternoon, Mrs. Kittredge. In a week we shall meet again.
Yes.
You will have the money then?
I'll have the money, Mr. Slagle. But you won't get a cent of it, Mr. Slagle. Not 1 cent.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. But now, since the hot weather that we usually have at this season tends to make ordinary motor oils break down and cause carbon, wear, and corrosion, I thought this would be a good time to tell you about an improved type motor oil, specifically designed to protect your motor against these abuses. It's Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, the finest lubricant ever offered by the makers of Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. Naturally, Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil has 100% pure paraffin base, the finest money can buy. But in addition, Signal Premium contains scientific compounds that make it do what no regular oil could ever do. While you drive, these compounds are busy doing many jobs, such as washing out destructive carbon, gum, and varnish, neutralizing the acids that corrode costly bearings, keeping the oil from losing its body or from excessive foaming. When you can now enjoy all these extra benefits, why be satisfied with lazy, old-fashioned oil for your modern, streamlined car? For extra driving pleasure, longer life for your car, choose the improved type Signal oil that does so much more than just lubricate. Stop at Signal stations for Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. And now back to the Whistler.
3 days out of San Francisco, the freighter Isham Kittredge plowed through heavy seas, a few hundred miles off the coast of Central America. It was a simple matter, wasn't it, Monica? With your position as a member of the Kittredge clan, to persuade Captain Driscoll to let you hide aboard, to surprise your beloved nephew Brad when the ship was several days out at sea. And now it's too late for Brad to do anything when he discovers you're on board. A few minutes later, you slip into his cabin to wait. You're not worried about Slagle anymore, are you, Monica? No. Once Brad is yours, completely yours, you know he'll stand by you. You're certain he won't believe Slagle's story, should the little man decide to make trouble. A quarter of an hour goes by as you wait in Brad's cabin, and then you hear voices outside.
Care to join me in a nightcap, Mr. Kittredge?
Oh, thanks, Captain, but I think I'll turn in. Oh, by the way, I'm expecting an important radiogram. Will you instruct the steward to awaken me when it arrives?
All right, sir. Good night.
Good night, Captain.
Hello, Brad.
Monica.
Oh, now, darling. Don't act as though you've seen a ghost.
Monica, you shouldn't be here.
Why not? I think it's a splendid idea. I just couldn't stand that sanatorium another minute.
You didn't see Dr. Fenway before you...
Oh, we wouldn't have approved, I'm sure.
Monica, why did you wait so long to let me know you were on board?
Oh, I had to, darling. Had to wait till we were out far enough so you couldn't send me back. Now, we're miles at sea. 3 days at least from the nearest port. It's too late for you to do anything.
Yes. It's too late to do anything.
Ah, Brad, darling, don't be angry with Monica. Be nice. I've such a horrible headache. Just couldn't bear it if
Oh,
it wasn't
Monica, you don't understand. The afternoon before I sailed, I had a talk with Dr. Fenway. He'd consulted a brain specialist about your case. The report had just come in.
Brain specialist?
Monica, your head was injured in the auto accident. The report confirmed Dr. Fenway's findings. Subdural hematoma, hemorrhage of the brain.
What does that mean? Brad? Answer me?
They were planning an immediate operation. It would have cured you. But any delay, even a few days, means death.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Betty Lou Gerson, Theodore Von Eltz, and Jeff Chandler. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Jim Lehner, and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at the same time next Wednesday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs.
Because you know who's guilty.
You see his every move.
You know his complete plans, even his innermost thoughts.
Yet the final curtain always brings a startling surprise. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's The Whistler for the tops in entertainment. And for the tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly independent signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Still Death.
Even with the moonlight through the big window, the studio room seemed dark to him as he let himself in quickly and leaned back against the door. It was like moving in a nightmare somehow. Everything vague, out of focus. He didn't know how long he'd been standing there when it came. That soft knock on the door. He didn't even hear it at first. Didn't respond. Until it was repeated urgently, demandingly. Then he came out of his daze sufficiently to hurry across the studio to the easel by the window. Quickly he removed the painting, slipped it behind the desk. Then he turned to answer the door. The man facing him was a total stranger, but he called him by name.
Leonard Miles? That's right. You're standing in the dark, Mr. Miles. Well, I was just leaving. Sure. You mind if I come in? What do you want? Like to take a look around. Now, look, it's late. My studio is closed. You know Anne Hamilton, Mr. Miles? Anne Hamilton? No, I don't. Funny. That's about the only answer I get out of this neighborhood. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Miles. I'm Lieutenant Meehan. Homicide. Homicide? You mind putting on the lights? Ah, that's better. Wow. You've worked on some interesting subjects, Mr. Miles. What is it, Lieutenant? What's on your mind? Your work, Mr. Miles. Your paintings. I'd like to look at them. They're all that I've had on my mind since learning about Anne Hamilton. In case you didn't know, she's dead.
You just stand there, don't you, Leonard, facing the police lieutenant, not even hearing your own voice as you tell him to go ahead and examine the canvases. You're almost not aware of him as he moves about the room, because your mind is spinning rapidly. going over it all again, reliving each week, day, and hour that you spent with Ann Hamilton, the girl he's asking about. You'd like to tell him about it. Tell him the kind of person she was, but you don't. Because there's still Mary to think about. There's always been Mary. Before Anne, before everything, there's always been Mary, your wife. How well you remember the day you and Mary discussed the exhibition.
Feel better now?
Delicious tea, Mary. Thanks so much.
No, not at all, Connie. So good of you to pose for Leonard.
Oh, I love it. He's taught me more in these past weeks than a semester of art school. You going to work any more this afternoon, Mr. Miles?
No, Connie, that'll be all for today.
Oh, I was running on then. Got a class tonight.
You pay heed to this young lady, Mary. She'll graduate from that art school in a year or so and run me out of business.
Oh, in a year he'll be so famous no one will buy from anyone else. Good night, Mary. Mr. Miles.
Good night, Connie.
Good night, Connie.
She's a wonderful girl.
Yes.
You know, Leonard, sometimes I wonder why you stay with me.
Oh, please, Mary.
No, I'm not a help to you. It's a struggle for an artist anyway, and with an injured wife...
Now, stop it, Mary. You help me more than you'll ever know. It's just that, well, I wish I could do more for you. Take you away somewhere. Let you live in the kind of place that you should.
I'm happy with you, Leonard.
Mary, I was offered that job again.
No, Leonard.
There's really nothing wrong with doing magazine illustrations, and it means money. We could try to save...
It isn't what you want to do. You know that. What about the exhibits? You haven't completed your work.
The exhibit isn't going to mean anything. Never has.
Perhaps it will this time. Let's wait and see. I have a feeling about it, Leonard. Promise me you'll wait until after the exhibit. Please, Leonard?
All right, Mary, darling. I promise.
Yes, Leonard, your wife Mary had a feeling that the art exhibit was going to make a difference. But it wasn't really different from the others before it. You still heard the same remarks as you moved about among the little group of onlookers. Then they were gone, the curious, the mocking, and the few real patrons. You're alone now, standing there, looking around at a room full of paintings that no one wanted to buy. You stare at one you were certain they would like, a girl's face with that curious light across it. Then you're startled suddenly at the sound of a girl's voice.
Hello.
You almost believe your mind is playing tricks, and then he speaks again.
Hello.
Why, hello.
I didn't mean to startle you.
I thought everyone had gone.
Yes. I waited until they had. I liked your work, Mr. Miles.
Oh?
I like it very much. I may like it well enough to buy it.
Well, everything you see is for sale, Miss...
Hamilton. Anne Hamilton.
Yes. Well, was there something in particular?
I'd like some time to study them.
Well, the exhibit's over, but these will all be brought back to my studio.
I suppose I could come over there. That is, if the transaction can be kept private.
Private?
I wouldn't want any talk, Mr. Miles.
Well, I'm sure the mere fact of your buying a picture wouldn't concern...
It might concern some people. You're a very attractive man, Mr. Miles.
I trust my wife finds me so.
I'm sure she does. My car is across the street. I wonder if we could continue this over a cocktail.
Why,
I know. You're expected home. Couldn't you make a call? It's business, Mr. Miles.
Yes, I can call. I'll do it right away. Look, Miss Hamilton, about the painting.
You said you'd call me Anne.
All right, Anne. What about
The painting, yes.
Is it the girl, the one I was looking at
The
when
girl? Oh, no, Leonard, I wouldn't want that. Someone else posed for you. No. Leonard, I want you to paint me.
Oh?
Will you do it?
Well, naturally, portrait painting is my business.
Good. But I should warn you, I'm going to want something unusual. I'd like a painting of myself just as I am, Leonard. No pretty lights or shadows. No painting out the lines.
That should be easy. And there aren't any lines.
You noticed, didn't you? You've noticed a lot about me.
Why, yes, of course. I make a habit of studying subjects.
You're perfect for what I want, Leonard. You'll paint me exactly as I am.
Well, I'll try, Anne. And it isn't such an unusual request.
No? Leonard, someone once told me that I should be painted killing someone or something. You don't believe that, do you?
Well, I don't know.
But you'll paint me.
Well, yes.
Just as I am. We'll work together until it's exactly like me.
Yes, Anne. Until it's exactly like you.
With the prologue of Still Death, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, two announcements of unusual importance to all contract bridge players. One, the first changes in the rules of contract bridge since 1941 were just made on the 1st of this month at the Culbertson Teachers Convention. And two, a copy of all these new bridge rules is already waiting for you at your nearest Signal service station. Yes, that's right. The only new developments in bridge in the last 7 years have now been boiled down into convenient, easy-to-understand form by Signal's own bridge expert, Robert Lee Johnson. These are completely separate from the 6 lessons in contract bridge now being distributed by Signal dealers. So whether you're collecting these Signal bridge lessons or not, if you play contract bridge at all, you'll want this handy summary of the new rules in contract bridge. Naturally, it's yours for the asking. And the place to ask for it is at your friendly neighborhood Signal dealer. Friends, before returning to the Whistler, here is an important announcement for Whistler fans in California only. Next Wednesday, the Whistler will be heard in California 1 hour later at 8:30 p.m. Remember, this is in California only. And now back to the Whistler.
Like a nightmare, wasn't it, Leonard? From the moment you met Anne Hamilton there in the empty art gallery, the way she seemed to step out of the shadows into your life. From the first, there was something that told you to stay away from her, to turn and run, but you didn't. And the following evening, you made excuses to Mary, left her in the apartment, walked down the long corridor, and across the patio to the room that served as your studio. Stood in the half-darkness, smoking a cigarette while you waited. That deep urge to call it all off is there again for an instant, isn't it, Leonard? And then it's all swept away, and you're over the brink as you find yourself with Anne.
Oh, Leonard, it's just as I thought it would be. Your studio. It's as if I'd been here many times before. Leonard.
Yes?
Does your wife like to come here?
Well, unfortunately, my wife can't come here. She's an invalid.
Oh?
She was in an accident.
That's too bad.
She used to come here all the time before she was hurt, but she's still very interested in my work.
So am I. Can we start our painting tonight?
Well, Anne, you wanted to come here to see the studio, but I wouldn't recommend working this way. At night, I mean. The light's all wrong.
You'd rather I came in the daytime?
Anne, I don't get all this secrecy. There's no reason that you shouldn't come here any time. I'm a professional artist, and many women have their portraits.
But that's just it. You see, I want this painting to be a surprise.
Oh?
If anyone knew I was seeing you, it might get into the papers.
The papers?
You don't understand, do you? But then I don't think you're really trying to. Oh, nothing to worry about. I'm not front-page copy. But I am a society column item.
Look, Anne, now that you've seen the place.
You're nervous, aren't you? I make you nervous.
Well,
it's all right. We'll go. I don't want to rush things, Leonard. I don't ever want you to do anything with me that you don't want to do.
Lower your left arm a little, will you?
Like this?
No, a little more. No, that's it.
Why don't you let me talk?
Not while you're posing.
But, Leonard, I want to talk.
Please, Anne, I can't concentrate on what I'm doing.
Do I affect you that way? I want to.
Please.
It's been a week. When can I see what you've done?
Well, when I'm finished, I want you to get the total effect.
Oh. Well, I want to see you. Dinner tonight?
I can't make it tonight.
Oh, but you must. It's about someone I know. A woman who wants a portrait of her daughter.
Huh? Oh, can't she see me here?
No. No, I want to talk to you about it. Tell you what to say. Please?
All right, Anne. Tonight, then. Dinner.
Why are you stopping?
Anne, this whole thing has to stop somewhere. I want to talk to you.
I know. It's about Mary.
Yes, it is.
I was hoping you meant that everything is over between you two. And you told her.
That isn't what I mean.
I've been giving it a lot of thought. You know, it isn't going to be easy, Leonard. The divorce. Being an invalid will put the sympathy of the court on Mary's side. But we'll work it out, won't we, darling?
Well, I don't know. A man just...
You want us to be together, don't you?
Well, when I'm with you, I do. But, Anne, I've got to have time to think.
Certainly, dear. I love you. You know that. But I don't want to wait forever. And I know you don't either.
Anne, if there was no one else to consider, if Mary wasn't...
Kiss me, darling.
Well, I would...
It's going to be all right.
Connie, what are you doing in the studio?
Oh, just wanted to say hello. I stopped in on Mary this morning.
Well, I'm sorry, Connie, but this work I'm doing is...
I peeked under the cover.
You what?
You haven't finished the face. Is she very beautiful?
I didn't want anybody to see it. Connie, you had no right.
No, I suppose not. But it made me think of something. How beautiful Mary is, even now.
Thank you, Connie.
Mary.
Mary, you shouldn't be standing.
I wanted to surprise you, Leonard. I walked, by the way. Look.
Oh, darling, you fall. Here. Here, bring the wheelchair, Connie.
I'm sorry, Leonard. I tried anyway.
Here now. Easy now. There.
Thanks, darling.
Oh, Mary.
I'll get it, Mr. Miles.
No. Connie, I'll get it. Take Mary back to the apartment, will you, please?
Whatever you say.
Hello?
Hello, darling.
I can't talk to you now.
What is it, darling?
Never mind. You needn't come here today. It's all finished.
The painting?
Everything.
Oh. Well, whatever you want, darling. But I must see you once more.
No, Anne, it's over. I know for the first time in weeks. I'm sure now.
Tonight at my home, you know the address.
Anne, I'm not going...
This one. I'll be expecting you, darling. 8 o'clock.
Now, what is it, Anne? I told you I didn't want to come here.
Please, darling, don't be upset. Come along. I want you to meet someone. In here.
What's that?
I put on the light. There. And now let me introduce you to the man who has given me everything money can buy. My dear, devoted husband.
Your husband?
Now you know why I couldn't be seen with you.
Anne, he's in pain.
Yes, poor darling. He had a stroke just last month. But he won't suffer long.
You talk like this in front of him?
He can hear me. Yes. But he can't speak or move.
I'm going to do something, Anne. I'm going to call
Don't
a doctor.
bother. He has the best doctors and a fine nurse. She'll be back in a little while. Besides, darling, you wouldn't want Mary to know about us, would you? She's an invalid, too, in the shop.
No, I never want Mary to know about us. All right, Anne. What do you want from me?
I want you to finish that painting. It was my husband here who suggested I should be painted killing something.
I see.
I thought you would. Let's adjourn to the library, shall we? Good night, dear. You are going to paint me now, aren't you?
Yes, Anne. I'm going to paint you now.
Let go.
Sit down. Now, give me that purse. I'll paint you now. Now. Rouge, lots of it, smeared on both cheeks. A little purple for the eyelids. Lots of purple. And red, deep blood red for the lips. A straight red gash. This is the painting for you. Go on. Look at yourself in the mirror. Take a good look.
All right, Leonard. Do it this way. I'll still be at your studio tomorrow. You can finish it. And then I'll finish with you.
You wait anxiously all the next day. Near evening, you go to the uncompleted painting. Stare at it. Suddenly take a brush and start to work. Slowly at first, and then rapidly until you complete it. Yes, this is Anne, isn't it? The way you see her. Then as you set aside your brush, you're aware of her presence.
It's beautiful, Leonard.
It's the way you are, Anne. Oh, Anne, you're hurt.
Yes. I've been shot.
Shot?
Funny. Very funny. I didn't think it would be this way. But I told you I'd finish things for us, Leonard. And I will. And the police arrive. You find me here, dying in your arms.
Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a special word to you folks who did some traveling throughout the Pacific Coast states this summer. In addition to interesting scenery, you no doubt noticed two other things. One, that wherever you drove, you found friendly Signal dealers. And two, that from Canada to Mexico, Signal gasoline is known as the Go Farther gasoline. Now, naturally, we're plenty proud of Signal's good mileage. But even more so, we're proud of what makes that mileage possible. I'm talking about the extra efficiency today's Signal gasoline coaxes from your motor, which naturally means more thrilling pickup, more silent responsive power for your car. Extra performance, you see, goes hand in hand with mileage, the very thing Signal gasoline is famous for. That's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
climax of a nightmare, as you hold the dying Anne Hamilton in your arms. 1,000 confused thoughts crowd into your mind. You can't understand what's happened.
And who did this? Who shot? Where did you get that gun?
I guess my husband wasn't as much of an invalid as I thought.
Your husband?
Yes. I shot him. And when I put the gun in his hand to make it look like suicide, he shot me.
Oh, no, Anne.
And I saw the suicide angle wouldn't work. I brought the gun up here to pin the whole thing on you, darling.
Quickly, you pick her up, carry her down the back way, and then bring her car around. Moments later, you're racing toward the nearest hospital. Anne, slumped in the seat beside you, continues to mumble incoherently. Then she's silent. On a darkened side street, you stop the car, walk around the corner to a drugstore, and slip into a phone booth.
Police Department, Sergeant Donald. Hello? There's a blue convertible parked on Shell Street off Kelton. You'll find a woman in the front seat. She's dead. Who is this? Hello? Who is this?
10 minutes later, you're back at the studio, alone, exhausted, leaning weakly against the door. You're in the clear now, aren't you, Leonard? Certain the police won't be able to connect you with the deaths of Anne Hamilton and her husband. And most important, your wife, Mary, will never know about Anne. Yes, that's the most important thing in your life, isn't it? Mary. Her happiness now and always. For a long while, you stood there in the dark studio. Then the knock came. The soft knock on the door that brought Lieutenant Meehan's homicide. The quiet questions about Anne that sent your mind spinning as you watched the lieutenant move about the studio, examining each canvas.
We traced her to this building. Officer Farrell gave her a ticket earlier this evening for going through a red light. Her car was weaving, so he followed her here. Then when he heard over the police radio that we were looking for Anne Hamilton, he called us.
You were looking for her?
Yeah. You see, she called headquarters an hour or so ago. Said someone had killed her husband. Said she thought the killer might be a man who had been painting her portrait. Didn't say who he was. But then when she came to this building, well, you're the only artist around here. See what I mean?
I don't know any Anne Hamilton, Lieutenant.
Mm-hmm. So you said before.
Have you finished looking around, Lieutenant?
Huh? Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Nice pictures. Well, thanks. I'll be on my way.
What's the matter?
I almost overlooked one of your paintings, Mr. Miles. This one behind the desk. Interesting work, Mr. Miles.
You like it?
I said it was interesting. You know, Miles, it's lucky for you I didn't find a portrait of Anne Hamilton here. I never can figure out you guys. Now take this canvas. You paint a beautiful dame with a figure like that. Then instead of a face, you top it off with a death's head.
Let that whistle be your signal for the signal oil program, The Whistler. Friends, let me repeat. Here is an important announcement for Whistler fans in California only. Next Wednesday, The Whistler will be heard in California 1 hour later at 8:30. Remember, this is California only. The Whistler is brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were William Conrad and Lorette Silbrand. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Gilbert Thomas and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at the same time next Wednesday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, which features Ernest Jekyll. Quiet, Please, for tonight is called 13 and 8.
I don't remember when was the first time I seen him, I don't think. When was the fire at the Harbor Hotel? Last August, wasn't it? When the fellow jumped out the window, lit on the streetcar, got carried 3 blocks in his night shirt? Yeah, last August. I guess that was the first time. I've seen him a lot of times since then. Well, I never thought much about it the first time. Me and this kid Buzz, we was covering the fire. You know how it is when the hotel gets on a fire in the middle of the night. It could be a big story. You see the shot of a guy doing a swan dive out the 20th story and get one of them prizes. Only the Harbor Hotel is only 3 stories high, and this guy landed on a streetcar, and all he got was a fractured clavicle, wherever that is. When I get the pictures, only no prize. I'll tell you about it, see? There's about 12, 15 photographers there from different papers, and a lot of reporters and cops and firemen and things. Too many of the bubblegum kids with their box cameras getting in everybody's way, and once in a while getting stood on their heads in the gutter by working stiffs like me. All of a sudden, this Buzz, he hollers, "Hey, look at the guy in the window." And I look, and so does everybody else. And everybody has got his camera aimed at the guy, and this citizen steps right in front of him. Well, you know what is a lens lounge? We get them all the time. They're citizens, they want to crawl into a picture of a news photographer's making, and so they get their pussies in the paper. And they're by the millions, brother, by the millions. So we got a kind of yell. We yell sometimes when we see a lens louse lousing up a picture. To warn off the other guys, see? We holler 13 and 8. Then everybody is onto his guard, see, and the lens louse thinks out a prayer. So I holler 13 and 8. And all the other photographers, they look around, and just then the fella jumps out the window, and I'm the only guy looking, and I bang the shutter. Well, I figure the lens louse was right in the middle of the picture. He was googling into my lens. But maybe I also got the fella jumping off from the window into the background, and we could rout out the lens louse and just have a shot of the guy flying through the air with the greatness of ease. Well, up runs Biggie Wallenstein from the press, and Laurie Parks, and Lee Nittinger, all hollering and waving their cameras because they missed the picture on account I hollered 13 and 8. And I said, listen, I'm just trying to be a nice guy and a comrade. I missed the picture too, don't I? And they say, there wasn't nobody. And I say, what do you mean, your adjective? And they say, there wasn't nobody, and I was just trying to draw him off the picture. They say, there was too. It was a guy, wasn't it, Buzz? And this Buzz, he looks kind of funny, and he said, sure there was. And then it's Biggie Wallenstein, he said that this was the old days we take the plate away from you and bust it. I said, well, it's film, and you can't bust film. Then I say, and besides, this is the new days, and you lay off, and maybe I'll take your face and bust it. Then they swore at me, and the fire was out. So, Buzz and me, we went back to the office. So, we go in the darkroom, and I cook the film. Sure enough, I got a sensational shot of the guy skimming out of the window. And There ain't no sign of the fella I seen in front of me, the lens louse. So I say, hey, Buzz, that's funny. Buzz says, listen, Rocco, he says, listen, you know there wasn't nobody there. Then he laughs and says, hey, that was a pretty cute trick. Throwing off them other fellas like that, Rocco. So what am I, crazy or something? I say there was a guy there, or else I wouldn't have hollered 13 and 8. And I got a $15 bonus check. Yeah, but just the same, I'll holler 13 and 8 again if I see a fella googling into my land. Well, fine. 2 more times I've seen a guy. You ever know how it is you see a guy and you don't see him? And he looks like somebody you know. Or maybe it's because you see him every once in a while and you get to recognize him like. Well, that's with this guy. I only get to see him, see, looking through the wire thing on my camera with one eye, and I got nearsightedness in that eye a little bit. But up he pops right in front of the mayor one day while he is saying welcome to some ambassadors or something in his slug hat. And it's very quiet, and I holler out, 13 and 8. And the mayor jumps and his slug hat falls off. Then I shoot just as him and one of the ambassadors bumps their heads together, reaching for it. And oh boy, I have got another $15 bonus. On account of we don't like the mayor, see? And at the next kill, Biggie Wallenstein, he prefers up charges against me. He says Brother Rocco Carcioli is guilty of conduct unbecoming. And if Buzz didn't testify for me, I would be thrown out of the guild or something. All I'm doing is trying to be a good guy. Yeah. Well, now I'll tell you about the third time. The time I got the raise. This fella, this big-time Charlie with the pinball machines, you see, he was bit by the dust. No, they have put the finger on him, but big, and the judge says how he's to spend the next 40 years making little ones out of big ones or whatever they do down at Joliet. So it's the day when they're going to shove him in a car and take him down Highway 66 to Joliet and stuff him in the pokey. All the papers have got the guards around to make the farewell shot to the takeoff. He's been in the big can out on California Avenue. We're standing around outside waiting for the party to come out. This here Biggie Wallenstein is standing alongside me.
You're going to have a 13 and 8 on it this time, Rocco. I'm going to shove your camera down your throat.
Yeah, you and who else?
Me and the rest of these guys. I'm not kidding, too.
Well, listen, Biggie, I don't holler unless I see somebody.
You never seen anybody the last 2 times.
I did, too.
I'm only trying to do you a favor.
You should do me favors.
I'm just warning you.
Heads up, they're coming.
You keep your nose clean now, Rocco.
Ah, go shoot you. Hey, Chief. Hey, Chief, how about it?
All right, police. Take it fast now.
Pull up your hat a little bit, Chief.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold that. One more.
Have him take his hat off, Chief.
Take off your hat, John. How's that?
Okay. Hold it.
Hold it. You got all the names?
Sure, we got the name.
We shoot one while you get in the car, huh? Okay. Come on, John.
And then I see this here character again, this Lancelot. Oh, God, I say to myself, that fellow looks familiar to me. I move around so he ain't in front of me. Yeah, but he moves too. And they're just getting in the car, and somebody else is stepping up close to this big shot. And I yell out, 13 and 8! Hey! That's how I got the only shot of this big shot blowing a hole through the chief of police with a gun that somebody slipped him. And you know what? Biggie Wallenstein, if it hadn't have been for his camera, Biggie Wallenstein would have got his head blown right off. Only he was holding up the camera to his face, and all it done is ruin the box and all the other shots he made. Yeah, this Stanislaus was standing right in front of me. But he wasn't in the picture when I developed it. There wasn't nobody but the big shot with his gun and the chief of police standing there with a dumb look on his hand and a hole in his chest you could choke a horse with it. And I get a scoop. And a raise. Well, I want to tell you about this kid, Buzz I was telling you about. We worked together quite a lot. You see, he is fresh out from college, where he was a GI Bill after the war, and Steve Tumble is the city editor and hires Buzz. Well, we're getting kind of famous, see, on account of the scoops I'm getting. And, of course, Buzz is with me, so he's kind of in on it, too, and I figure maybe he's good luck. Besides, he's smart. He was the guy, for instance, that named the streetcar. You know, the killer car. You know, the car that bumped the old lady at Lake Park on 49th. Then it run away from the motorman, remember? Hit the automobile with them kids from the university the very next week. Yeah. It was Buzz that thought that up. How'd you think it up, Buzz?
I didn't think it took any special genius to think that one up, Rocco.
Oh, yeah. Sure it did.
Anybody'd think of it.
I wouldn't have.
Well, you're a photographer.
I wished I could think of things.
You're doing all right with your pictures, Rock.
Oh, sure, yes.
Only one thing, though, Rock.
Huh?
One of these days, you're going to wake up with a busted nose.
You went who else?
Nah, not me. I mean that 13 and 8 stuff.
What about it?
Well, it's been a great gag. But one of these days, you're going to pull it once too often. Some of your valued colleagues will put the arm on you.
Well, listen, I ain't kidding, Bud.
You're not kidding me.
No, there is a guy.
You mean this is the same guy? You know it's a gag.
No, it ain't. I pretty near can recognize him.
Well, how come I've never seen him?
Ain't you seen him? You said you did.
I'm your pal, Russell.
Listen, Buzz, cross my heart, I hope you die. There is a guy.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he follows me around.
Little man with a green coat.
No green coat, but he's a real guy.
Well, how come he never appears in any of those pictures?
Me.
Don't kid me, Rocco. I wouldn't kid the other guys either if I were you. I think they're getting tired of it.
I tell you, I ain't kidding nobody, Bud.
Okay, Bud. But don't come to me for sympathy when they gang up on you.
They ain't gonna gang up on anybody.
Telephone for you, Rocco.
Okay. Hello. Hello, Mr. Tumble. No, sir, I was just going in the darkroom to develop it. Yes, sir, I sure do need a new camera. Hey, it's right here, what's left of it. Oh, no, I got the holder out and the film's all right. I think I got a good shot. Sure. Oh, sure. Well, I never seen you hit me, but I think I know who it was. Ziggy Wallenstein. Yeah, sure, from behind me. And I'm pretty sure it was Ori Parks on his car that jumped on my camera. I was laying down. Well, I just seen footprints going up and down on my camera right in front of my nose. Yes, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Nothing. Why, sure, that was kind of a reflection. Reflection, like automatic. I seen this fella, he stepped in front of me. Then automatic, I say 13 and 8. Then boom, I'm dead. Huh? Oh, well, it was a beat-up old camera anyway. Okay, right away. Yes, sir. All righty.
Matter, Rocco. Can get work over.
Shut up. Who's in the dark room?
Nobody.
Anybody in there? I guess not.
Hiya, Rocco. Where'd you get the black eye?
Hiya, Buzz.
Where'd you get it?
Come on in the dark room with me.
Okay. Got another scoop?
Lock it. Maybe I have.
Who smacked it?
Biggie, I think. Where's the suit? Oh, here.
You say it again?
Say what? Yeah, set the timer there.
13 and 8.
Yes. I seen them again. They're digging a hole in the river. How's the time?
You can't see in the dark. You mean the tunnel?
Yeah, this fella got a taxi or whatever it is, and they're hauling him up with a bullet.
Police?
Yeah, and my friend the Lentlaw steps in front of me, and I just say it, and pop, I get a clout in the mouth. Yeah, they fall down, and I press the thing as I fall down. The rope breaks on the bullet, and the guy falls back in the drink. and they jump on my camera.
You mean you got a shot of the man falling, Rocco?
Why, you did if that character ain't smeared all over the film. Here. It's cooked enough. You can get it in the hypo. Wrench it first. I hope that's hypo.
I turn on the white light?
A minute. Okay. Oh, boy.
Hey, look at that. Fine, Rocco. Terrific. Wait a minute. Amy.
Tell you what.
Your guy.
What guy?
Your lens block that was standing in front of you.
Yeah. Hey, look here. Now, wait till I get the front of the light. You see? Look here.
I don't see.
See? There's his head, see?
Huh?
You see his hat? See? There's an arm, see?
Yeah, but
he's there. You pay me.
He's there, all right. But why do you suppose you can see right through him?
Well, you know what? I took this here negative over to Kinsey Grill one night where I knowed I'd meet Dickie Wallenstein, and I walked in with it. Him and Ori Parks is getting at the table organizing some beers. I just walk over and sit down. I says, look, I want to show you something. I ain't mad, see. I just want to prove something. I just want to prove I never hollered 13 and 8 for nothing. I want you to see this here, I said. Well, see what happens when you're the right guy? By 11 o'clock, I'm full of free beer. And Biggie Wallenstein offers to leave me hit him in the nose. And Ori Parks is also going over to the office and getting his camera so I can jump on it. I mean, they're sorry. And the only one thing that bothers none of us is why is the guy so you can see through him. And then Biggie Wallenstein pretty near scared the beer out of me.
Maybe the guy is a ghost, Rocco.
You know what? I am out on the thing with Buzz the next afternoon. Who is there also but Biggie Wallenstein. He gives me a big hello. I give him one. And we're pals, see? And we're standing alongside each other, lining up his shop. He borrows a flash bulb from me, just to show we're brothers and things. Then he grins at me and he says, now don't holler, Rocco. And I say, why should I holler? There ain't anybody here but us chickens. And he laughs. And so we line up our shots so they won't be too much to liking. It's a shot of a coal shed where they found $34,000 in $20 bills. And I'm squinting my bum eyes through the wire thing, and all of a sudden, 13 and 8! And I pretty near dropped my camera as I bust a standing high jump record. And listen, there wasn't anybody there at all. Nobody but me and Biggie.
I seen him, I tell you, Rocco. I just seen him.
Yeah, crazy.
He was standing right there in front of us both.
Well, where'd he go then?
I don't know.
Listen, Bud, you wouldn't be pulling a gag on your pal, would you?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I seen him, Rocco.
Just because you think I pulled a gag on you a couple of times?
Oh, so it was a gag, huh?
Listen, you
I knew you was pulling a gag.
I'll bust your neck
I'll
off.
smack you down.
Well, now I am back at the shop with another busted camera and a loose tooth someplace. Also, I got no picture, and I feel off.
Hey, Rocco. Telephone.
Shut up. Yeah? Huh? Get away from there. I ain't talking to you. Now, listen, Biggie. You what? You did. You have? You are? Holy. Yes. You know what? He's got a picture of that guy on his film. And you can see right through him.
Hey, Rocco.
Yeah, what do you want?
Come on.
Oh, Buzz. Hey, what's cooking?
Killer car did it again.
Huh?
The killer car. Oh, the street car. Ran off the tracks on the south side and killed the mailman. Come on, Trumbull wants pictures.
Oh, all right. Here we go again.
Come on.
He wants pictures of it now for the fun's all over.
Come on. He gave me taxi money.
Oh, well, in that case, if we ride... Doesn't very much. Streetcar blocking the street, it snows up on the sidewalk. Didn't bother it a bit. I got me 4 or 5 shots to the art department, could paint up with dotted lines and X's and stuff. And Buzz, he got a lot of stuff from the people that seen it. Then pretty soon Biggie Wallace thanked him up. Buzz is listening to the barber tell how he was giving some old guy a shampoo, and he heard bungle, 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 and the mailman comes sailing through the window scattering poster cards all over the shop. And I'm sitting on the curb drinking a bottle of ale and writing down names.
Got any good shots, Rocco?
Yeah, regular stuff.
Hey, that picture.
I don't want to talk about it.
Leave me show it to you.
No.
Yeah. Look. I made a print.
Listen, Biggie. What do you suppose this is?
I don't know, but it scares me.
Did you see anybody here?
No.
You think you and me is nuts?
You know what? I wouldn't take no bets on it, Rock.
What'd they say over the paper?
They told me it was a double exposure.
Wasn't, though.
You know it wasn't. Hey, do you think we're haunted?
I wouldn't bet on that either.
Hey, look.
What? He's a lot cleaner in your picture.
I noticed it. Can't quite see his push, though. No, but there's something awful familiar about him.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Put it away, quick.
What's that? Give me a close-up of the front of the car, will you, with the number and everything?
What for?
I want it. Trumbull wants it, too.
Oh, well.
Oh, hi, Biggie. Hi, Bud. How's it? All right. Hurry up, Rock. I want to get back. You find out something I don't know, Bud? I'll meet my girl. Oh. 13 and 8! What?
Hey, Biggie. Come quick. That guy again. He's under the front of the car. And he's dead. Come on, Bud.
Telephone, Rocco.
I'm just going in the dark room.
It's Trumbull.
Oh. Yeah, Mr. Trumbull. Yes, sir. Well, Buzz is right there with you, ain't he? He can tell you. No, sir, I ain't developed it yet. No, I know. Well, no, sir, I sure thought there was somebody under that car when I was taking a picture. And when we went back... No, that's right. I couldn't see anybody either, but I'd have sworn it. Well, I don't know. Well, I'm going to cook the film right now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll call you as soon as I get it developed. Yes, sir. Hey, anybody in the dark room? Give me Biggie Wallenstein. Biggie, this is Rocco. Listen. Well, wait. I got to pull myself together. Yes. You know that picture I took when I thought I'd seen that character under the car? Yeah. Yeah, well, in the picture there is a guy under the car, and he's all smacked up. Oh, I'm not kidding. Yes. Sure. Oh, no, you couldn't see through him this time. Well, listen, Biggie, I'm scared of it. Have you got a shot in front of the car I could borrow? I got to have it. I never missed a shot in my life. Yeah, I got her. Send her over by Kid, will you? What? No, I can't show it from the tumble. No, I can't. I can't show it to Buzz either. What? Listen, Vicky, I burned it up. The film, I burned it up. Well, you can see the guy's face plain in this picture. Yeah. Yeah. It's Buzz.
Rocco. What the hell are you doing down here in the lobby? Where's your camera?
Why, well, what for, Buzz?
Come on, you're going with me. We got a feature assignment, boy.
Well, I ain't got my camera.
Go get it. Hurry up. I'll wait for you. I've been looking all over the place for you.
Yeah, but why?
I'll tell you on the way. Go get the camera and a lot of film. I'll film too, Rocco. Hurry. Read it now.
I'll meet you down here?
Yeah, I'll be right here. I gotta make a phone call. Let me talk to Steve Trumbull, Alma. Hello, Mr. Trumbull. This is Buzz. I found Rocco, all right. Yeah. I want to thank you again. It's going to be a slow story, I promise you. Now, we're going right out to the car barns now. The killer car is waiting for us. Come on.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story is 13 and 8. It is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Murray Forbes played Big E. Buzz was played by Ed Raggy. And a variety of voices in the course of the half hour. Reporters, cops, thugs, office boys, etc. were by J. Pat O'Malley. Music for Quiet Please, as usual, is played by Albert Berman. Now a word from our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
You couldn't possibly have recognized yourself or anybody you ever knew living or dead in 13 and 8, because I invented them all myself. And any resemblance to anybody else is an amazing coincidence. Quiet Please next week is called How Beautiful Upon the Mountain.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in. Come in and pull up a tombstone. The chair situation is very grave here. Don't worry if it seems a little dark in here, too. I've made arrangements with a few ghostly forms to come and glow. By the way, don't mind that guy in the box over there. We scared him to death last week. He's been horizontal ever since.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Death Watch in Boston, was written by Fred Maythel and stars Mason Adams in the role of Carl with Ted Osborne as Charon.
In Boston, Beacon Hill looks down its narrow brick-lined streets with seeming scorn at the harbor below.
Tonight, the wind is from the sea, and there is a mist that's heavy with the odor of fresh fish, salt, and spices. Tonight, too, there is a man who has a horrifying secret to tell. This man is Carl Dickens, intern from a nearby hospital who walks wildly, coat flapping, hair disheveled. Young, his body is, his eyes are old, his face haggard. He carries a heavy wooden box about 12 inches square. He's murmuring through bloodless lips.
Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore, nevermore.
A neon sign proclaims the door to be that of Captain Zeb's Tattoo Salon. Established 1905. Carl Dickens stops, looks quickly behind him, and enters.
Greetings, mate.
Captain Zeb.
Yes, I'm reckoning to no more tattooing tonight.
Captain Zeb, lock the door.
Hold on there.
Lock this door. You know me. I'm Carl Dickens.
Hey, thunder. So you be. What ails you there?
Lock the door quick, then put out your lights, please.
Oh, sure. Seems to me like you're one doctor needs a doctor, Carl.
No, Zeb. I don't need a doctor. I need someone like you to listen to me.
All right, I listen. What you got in the box?
It's part of a man's body. His head.
Oh? Sort of specimen-like for your medical work, that it?
No, Captain. It's the head of a man who was calling for me at my room at 11 o'clock tonight.
What's that?
Don't look at me like that. I'm not crazy, Captain.
You've been working a mite too hard over them books, maybe, huh?
I have been working hard, yes, but this is no hallucination.
I don't go around with believing a man can live with about a head, son.
You don't understand. The man this head belongs to is Death. And it is Death who is coming for me tonight.
Better tell me the whole thing, son. Maybe I can help after all.
Will you come with me to my place after I tell you the story? Will you wait up with me till he comes, Captain? Will you?
Reckon I better, son.
You know my place on Pinckney Street on the hill. It's narrow and cramped with century-old houses. I've got rooms on the second floor of one place, 29 Pinckney. I've been there 2 years since I first went to the hospital. In my living room, there's a bay window that juts out over the sidewalk below. That's where my desk is. 2 weeks ago tonight it was. I'd fallen asleep over my books. Something at the window woke me with a start, a tapping noise. Well, I went to the window and stared. Perched there was a bird. A bird as black as the night itself. I opened the window. And instead of flying away, the bird hopped upon my desk and stood with head cocked to one side of my open book. By now, I knew I wasn't dreaming. I spoke to the creature as you might have. Hey, isn't it late for a bird to be around?
Oh, it's late. It's late. It's later than you think. It's much later than you think.
I stared open-mouthed at the open window through which the creature disappeared. Then I smiled, realizing that it must be a pet, a minor bird, perhaps. I went to bed then, thinking it an amusing coincidence that the bird had been taught to say, "It's late," and that I had referred to the hour myself. That's what I thought then, until 2 nights later. That's when I met the stranger for the first time. You see, Captain, I have a bad heart myself, and I'd worked very hard to save a patient who had a heart ailment, the same rather rare heart condition I have. By 10 Wednesday night, I felt certain she'd pull through. Just as I was going off duty, my night nurse hurried to me.
Dr. Dickens.
Yes?
Doctor, the girl in 14.
Well? No. Are you trying to say she died?
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, Doctor.
But I can't believe it. I did everything that could be done, and it looked certain. Are you positive?
Yes, I am. Dr. Smith just confirmed it. Oh, Doctor, you worked so hard on that case. You're worn out. Why don't you go home and rest? I said... Doctor, what's wrong with you? What are you staring at?
You were looking toward the window just now, as I was, weren't you?
Well, yes, I think so. Why?
Didn't you see something black fly past it, a bird?
No. Doctor, you look awfully pale. Can I get you something?
No. I guess I'm tired. I'll go for a little walk and then straight to bed. He was waiting for me when I left the hospital. And I would have walked straight past him, but he spoke to me.
Dr. Dickens.
Yes?
May I speak with you?
How'd you know my name?
Gabriel told me.
Gabriel?
Yes. This is Gabriel. I think you've met.
Oh, that's Gabe. Say, isn't that the bird that knocked on my window a couple of nights ago?
Yes. We were out walking, and Gabriel flew to your window. I see that you are very depressed. Can I help in any way, Dr. Dickens?
No, thanks. Patient died. Always gets me down.
Oh, and so needlessly, too.
What do you mean, needlessly?
You will understand soon, Doctor. Life and death are matters arranged elsewhere. Had it been so desired, your patient would have lived.
Who are you? What's your name? I don't think you said.
It is Charon. Charon. Charon.
Well, Mr. Charon, if I believed what you say, I would have to give up medicine.
Not at all. Everyone has a mission to perform, and should.
And what is your mission in life, Mr. Charon?
That. What is our mission in life, Gabriel? Speak up.
It's late. It's late. It's later than you think.
That was the first time I met the man who calls himself Charon. I asked for a couple of weeks off at the hospital. I thought it might be nerves. I stayed home and read detective stories. I was beginning to feel like my old self again, and on Sunday night, sometime around 9, I decided to turn in when there came more tapping on my window. This time I grinned. Well, Gabriel, come right in.
It's late. It's late.
Sure, I know. It's later than I think. Orc, is that all you can say, Gabriel?
Take my beak. About my heart. And take my photograph off my door. Close Raven. Never more.
Yes, I had heard correctly. The bird had quoted a full passage from Poe's poem, The Raven. At the same time, I felt a sudden chill in the room, sensed someone in the room, yet I had heard nothing. But I knew.
He also knows a bit of Keats and Shelley, Doctor.
How the devil did you get in here, Charon?
Your door was not locked. Tell me, Dr. Dickens, are you afraid of death?
No more than most people. But I'd rather not die if it's all the same to you.
I'd hoped you might think differently than others. At any rate, I have nothing to do with it. As I said to you before, Doctor, these matters are arranged elsewhere.
Where?
Elsewhere.
You're trying to tell me that you can predict death, is that it, Charon?
Of course.
I'd like proof.
Will you accept full responsibility for the knowledge?
Sure.
Give me a moment.
As I stood watching him, tall and black against the white door of my room, it seemed to me he had turned himself inward, and that the living part of him had stepped away, leaving only a gaunt shell. There was no life in him, only the eyes staring.
You will remember the name of Emily Cartier. Her passage has been arranged for. Good night, Dr. Dickens.
After he left, Captain, I walked straight to the phone to call the police. I tried to think of how my story would sound to them. That stopped me for the moment. But I did look up the name Charon had quoted. It was in the phone book, Miss Emily Cartier. Her home was close by in Louisburg Square. I called her at once.
Hello.
Is this Miss Cartier, Miss Emily Cartier?
Oh, yes. Who is this, please?
You don't know me, Miss Cartier. My name is Dickens. I met someone who claims to know you well.
Oh. Isn't that nice? Who is it?
A man named Charon.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Dickens. There must be some mistake. I don't know anyone by that name.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm just as sure as
Cartier. Miss Cartier, what is it? Miss Cartier. But I knew what had happened. I knew all too well. Emily Cartier's passage had been arranged for.
Hey. Anybody been giving you the bird lately? Very distinctive character, this Charon, don't you think? Pick him out in a shroud anywhere. Yes. Signs all his mail, eternally yours. Well, shall we get back behind the locked doors of Captain Zeb's tattoo salon? Now, put yourself in Zeb's place. If a young, wild-eyed fella came to you with a wooden box, told you it contained the head of a man who was calling for him at 11 o'clock that night, what would you do? You'd listen, wouldn't you? Well, listen.
Hold up now, lad. Let me get the straight line of this. This man you think of as sort of death in mortal shape. Him and his bird. They told you they could tell when the body was going to die beforehand?
Yes. And to prove it, Charon gave me the name of the woman in Louisburg Square, Emily Cartier. She was murdered while I talked with her on the phone.
Well, and it's simple, lad. The man was mad. A murderer. He killed her.
Did he? I thought that. I went to Louisburg Square after the call. I was determined to tell the first policeman I met the whole story. When I arrived at Emily Cartier's address, the place was teeming with excited people. Also, on the fringe of the crowd beneath a single street lamp, the tall, gaunt shape of Charon stood. I went straight to him. Mr. Charon, I'm turning you over to the police.
Oh, Mr. Dickens, why? Why?
Because I know you killed this woman.
So, come with me. I will speak to the police for you.
You don't dare. Come.
All right. Come on, folks. Go on home. Go to bed, will you, please?
Officer.
Yep. What do you want?
Officer, my friend and I are a little alarmed about this tragedy.
Why?
Well, we live nearby, you see.
Don't give it a thought now. We got the guy who did it.
You caught the murderer?
Sure. One of the neighbors shot him through the head while he was climbing out the window. Now go on home and forget it, if you can.
Well, Carl?
I wish you would leave me alone.
Oh, that is not possible. One way or another, you must come away with me when I leave.
I refuse to believe it.
Suppose I prove my point again. Suppose I tell you the name of someone else who will die. If I am right, you will raise no more objections to leaving with me?
And if your prediction doesn't work out?
You will never see me again. Agreed?
Agreed.
Very well. Gabriel, our friend would like to know who, do you know, is next to go.
Simeon Black. East India Docks. Simeon Black. The small wooden box.
Simeon Black, is that it?
Yes, Carl. Simeon Black. Between 8 and 8:30 on the night of November 15th. That is a week from tonight.
All right, fine. If Simeon Black doesn't die then, I will never hear from you again.
That is correct. If Simeon Black dies, as I know it is arranged that he will, you will come away with me on the same night at 11. Good night, Carl. Good night, friend.
November 15th. It's tonight, isn't it?
Yes, Captain Zeb, that's tonight.
And what about Simeon Black, lad? This bargain you made now.
I found Simeon Black. Found him this evening. He was a seaman. The docks gave me his address, a cheap rooming house near the Charles River. The ship was due in at 7. Simeon Black had to live. I stood outside his rooming house waiting. About 5 minutes after 8, a big, burly, rough man came along, heading for the doorway where I stood. He was carrying this box. Simeon Black with 25 minutes to live. Are you Simeon Black?
Yeah.
Very important that I talk with you.
Why? Who are you?
My name is Dickens. This is urgent. Please listen.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Do you know anyone who might want to do you harm?
You crazy mister. Sure I do. A couple of 100 guys all around the world. But you ain't one of them. Where are you?
No, I'm not. But I talked with a man who said you were going to die between now and 8:30. That's why I'm here.
Who?
A man named Sharon. A man who has a pet minor bird that talks.
Yeah? I think we better go up to my room and talk, chum. Come on.
In his room, I told him all about Sharon and the bird. There was a large clock on the steeple of a nearby dockhouse. I saw that the minute hand stood at 25 after 8 when I finished. Black stood up, his heavy face now pasty pale. The veins of his neck throbbed.
So you're the guy I've been waiting for. All right, Dickens. I met the man with the bird in Martinique. He told me there some dad be killed. He sent you. But I'm not playing. I don't die easy, see? This thing says I don't.
You fool! Put that gun down. Killing me won't help. All we have to do is wait till the time has passed. 3 more minutes. Sit down.
Nothing doing. You're gonna...
Give me that gun, you stupid fool!
Give it here, you punk.
He was right. He caught it.
I couldn't believe my own eyes. I stood there gaping at the floor. The hook that had been Simeon Black was crumpled grotesquely on the bare boards of the room. His denim shirt staining darker and darker as I watched it. Through my fogged mind, I heard the clock strike the half hour outside. Simeon Black had died as Sharon had predicted. But I had killed him. The gun was still in my hand as the door opened and Sharon, tall, gaunt, lips smiling, eyes smoldering black, stood there.
You see, Carl? I've kept my bargain. Simeon Black is dead.
You made me do this. You played me against Black. You knew something like this had happened.
Carl, when are you going to understand? Yes, I knew. But these things are arranged.
By you.
Of course.
I made a bargain with you.
Yes, you did, Carl. I will call for you at 11. We will leave together. No.
You are leaving now, Sharon. No! For a moment, I thought I hadn't hit him. He stood there without a tremor. Then from his thin, colorless lips, a trickle of blood coursed down his chin. I can't tell you the triumph of the moment. The days of supernatural, fantastic horror seemed to run out of me. The sight of his blood told me this man wasn't death. This was a clever man who had somehow used me. Everything seemed right again in the world. No matter what happened to me, no matter what.
That's your story, lad? All of it?
Not quite, Captain Zeb. As I regained my senses and saw him there still smiling mirthlessly on the floor beside Simeon Black, I had an impulse to be certain that he wouldn't come back to me. I found a knife in Black's kitchenette. I suppose I still wasn't thinking clearly. Stupidly, I thought perhaps even a supernatural being divested of its head might be powerless. Now I know better.
So you toted the top of him here from the waterfront in Simeon's duffel box?
Yes. And as I walked here, I began to realize Sharon will keep his end of the bargain. That's the story, Captain Zeb.
And it puts me on the spot, lad.
I know. You want to call the police?
Should you know?
But you did promise to come to my place and wait till after 11 anyhow.
I did. It's 15 or whatever now, lad. I'll go along with you. Go ahead.
What time is it, Zeb?
Most 11. But I tell you again, lad, ain't nothing gonna happen now.
But I feel it. Sort of a chill. A tight, scared feeling about my heart. I know Charon is coming for me. I feel it.
Bosh.
Listen, Zeb, listen. It's death coming. I feel it in my heart.
Yeah, sure, but...
All right, Charon. All right. I'm ready.
Carl. What's up? What the devil? Dead. He's dead. Come in, hang it. Come in.
Dickens. Carl Dickens.
That's him there, officer.
What's wrong with him?
Well, you can believe it or not. I was just talking to the lad when he pops off. Turned blue in the face and just stopped talking.
He's dead.
Thought so. But how?
From the look of him, I'd say heart case. Have to wait for the coroner. The queer things you come across in this business.
Queer? How come you to be here? Just at 11. That's a queer one to me.
Well, we got a stiff without a head down at the waterfront a couple hours back. Found a diary on him, and we've been checking up.
Who was it?
Guy named Charon. Was let out of Devil's Island when they closed it up a couple of years back. According to the diary, he's been out to get everybody ever had anything to do with his being sent up.
A nut?
Must have been a smart one. He names 3 people he wanted to get rid of. Played one against the other, I guess.
But who? Who killed him?
I don't know. Sergeant's working on it. All I know is in this character's book there's a note says, see Carl Dickens, Pinckney Street, 11 o'clock, November 15th.
What?
What?
Too late. Too late. What's too late? Oh.
What the devil was that?
It's just the bird here. Minor bird. Talks. Leastways, I think it's a bird.
My. You'd better see the headman, Zeb. You know, one thing to learn about all this is you should never lose your head in a crisis. Or you shouldn't lose your head anywhere, for that matter. Oh, yes, just a bit of advice, folks. If some bird comes up to you and says, it's late, you agree with them and call the zoo right away. It's probably a minor bird, and minors should be in bed when it's late.
Inner Sanctum came to you through the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
dark fantasy.
The cup of gold.
This is the deciding shot of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Truman Davis, now champion, has just sunk his last putt on the last green to turn in the amazing score of 68. Jan Mason, the contender, is on the green with a 66, which in itself is even more amazing. Mason's ball lies at the very edge of the green. Looks like tough going. Should he sink the ball in one more stroke, turning a 67 as compared with a 68 by Davis, we'll have a brand new champion. Should Jan Mason require 2 strokes, he would tie up the match, and 3 strokes would defeat him. Now Mason has just stepped into position. He's bending over the ball. He eyes the center of the green with that masterly, dead-eye precision of his. Changes his footing slightly. There's not a sound from the spectators. Every breath is hell and excitement. This great contender prepares for victory or defeat. He pulls back the putter slightly, eyes the distance of the hole once more, takes deadly aim, hits the ball, and...
It's in. He made it. The ball's in for a win for Jan Mason, and the crowd goes wild. It's a new champion, ladies and gentlemen. Jan Mason, the boy who came up the hard way to defeat the one and only Truman Davis. For 5 consecutive years, the master of it all. And here's the irony. Almost 11 years ago, when Jan Mason first thought of golf, he acted as caddy for Truman Davis, the man he defeated for the championship here today. Oh, the crowd has completely engulfed the 2 participants. And it's a little difficult for us to see them now. Oh, there they are, shaking hands and smiling. We're trying to make our way over to them for a few words from both Mason and Davis. Oh, will you pardon me, please? Pardon me, lady. We're trying to get through. I beg your pardon, please. We'd like to get a few words from the 2 gentlemen. We're trying our best, ladies and gentlemen, to make our way through this excited throng, but... there's the gold cup. The gold cup for the tournament winner. It's just been handed to one of the official referees by a beautiful platinum-haired girl. The referee is about to make the presentation. No, something's wrong. The referee turns to his fellow judges. They're talking excitedly. We can't make out yet what's happening. The men are examining the gold cup. Oh, it's flashing in the sunlight. Really a beautiful thing. Wait a minute. What's that? Something's happened. It's Jan Mason. He's been shot. Someone shot the new champion. He's holding his left side. He's staggering. He's grabbed the gold cup. He's fallen out. Jan Mason is lying on the right wing of the gold cup.
Hello? I ask you not to disturb me, clerk. I don't care if there is someone to see me. What? Who? Lee Sanders, the radio announcer? Well, tell him I'm not in. I don't care if he is standing there watching you talk to him. Tell him you're talking to the maid. What? Hello? Who's speaking? But I was talking to the room clerk. Now, look here, Mr. Saunders. What do you want with me? No, I'm sorry. I don't have time to see you. No, I have nothing to discuss with you. Goodbye. Oh, he said he wanted to talk to me about the murder. He saw me. He's suspicious. He knows something. I must get out of here. I'll hurry and pack my things. Oh, no. No time to pack. I just put on my coat, purse, hat. I'll carry the hat. All right. Oh, no. Not the front way. The back.
Going somewhere, miss?
Oh. Who are you?
I'm the fellow you hung up on.
What do you want?
I figured you'd try to run out the back way.
I don't know you. Let me by.
Oh, no. Back inside. We're going to talk.
There's nothing I have to discuss with you.
I'm afraid there is. A little matter of murder.
How much do you know?
Plenty. Come on, inside.
But
Inside. Now.
I have nothing to say to you.
You think not?
Not a thing in the world. I demand that you leave here at once before I call the police.
Oh, that way, is it? Very well. Here you are.
What do you mean?
Take the receiver. Shall I dial the number?
What number?
Police, of course.
Hang up that phone.
So,
You're not as willing to call the police here as you pretend.
How did you find me?
I was lucky.
What do you mean?
You ran a stop sign downtown just after you'd come from the golf links. It was my car you almost hit.
Oh.
No one saw you leave the golf links. No one knew who you were. You weren't the girl who was officially in charge of the Gold Prize Cup.
No.
And what's more, the cup that was given to the chief referee wasn't the official prize cup.
No.
Instead, it was some fantastic thing. A cup of pure gold, but covered with some sort of ancient writing. Well?
Yes.
Now, look here. I'm a radio reporter, and I've got a story here. I want to know what it is.
I don't know the explanation myself.
Bottle it up and save it, sister. You murdered Jan Mason.
Did I?
Didn't you?
No one saw who shot him.
Well, that's true. It's the general opinion that you did it.
The general opinion?
Naturally. You weren't the girl in charge of the prize cup. The real girl and the real cup have disappeared. And you were standing in a position where you could have fired the shot.
Are you sure of that?
I'm positive I remember. I saw you.
Did I really shoot him?
What?
Tell me, did I really shoot him?
I don't know. All I know is that you were standing directly in front of Mason. And that so were 6 or 8 others.
I don't know. I don't know.
Look here. Maybe you and I can make a deal.
Deal?
Tell me your story. Tell me what happened. Maybe I can help you.
I don't know what happened.
What do you mean you don't know?
All I know is there was a big crowd and a golden cup. A little round white ball. A loud noise.
Go on.
That's all I remember. Next thing I knew, I was here in my apartment, stretched out on my bed with a gun in my hand.
Where is it?
In that drawer over there.
Yeah. This one over here?
Yes.
Yeah. It's been fired, a 32. Mason was killed with a 32.
He's dead.
If he isn't, sister, he's a great little pretender.
It wasn't my fault. I tell you, it wasn't my fault.
Oh, maybe it wasn't, maybe it wasn't. Now, take it easy and tell me what happened.
Why should I tell you?
Because you've got to tell somebody.
But who are you?
My name's Lee Saunders. The clerk told you that on the phone. I'm a radio reporter, sports and news. Now it's your turn.
What?
Who are you?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well, let me decide that. What's your name?
Ruth Kendish.
What do you have against Jan Mason?
I didn't know him.
You make a habit of killing men you don't know?
I didn't even know him, I tell you. I didn't know him. Oh, let me alone.
Now, stop that.
No.
Oh, stop it, I say. Do you want to tell me what happened, or do you want to tell me and the police?
They're looking for me, aren't they? The police.
What do you think?
Listen, I've told you what happened. I don't remember a thing except a big crowd. A cup of gold, a little white ball, and a loud noise like a shot.
Yeah. And then you woke up here in your room with a gun in your hand. A gun that killed Jan Mason just a few moments after he'd won the golf championship.
It can't be true. It just can't be true.
You're in trouble, baby. You better let me try to help you.
What can you do?
I don't know till I've heard your story.
It must have been the incense.
Incense? Now what are you talking about?
It came this morning in the mail. A little package with 3 little cones. It was addressed to me. There was a note inside. It's there in the drawer.
Where the gun was?
Yes.
This the paper it was wrapped in?
Yes.
Is this the incense?
Yes.
Well, I thought you said your name is Ruth Kendish.
It is.
Well, this was addressed to Rotha Kendish.
What?
Sure. Look for yourself. There, you see?
Yes. Did you find the note?
What note?
Oh, there it is. You dropped it on the floor.
Oh, this?
Yes. Read it.
Rotha, you will put a fire to one of these precisely at 1 this afternoon.
Yes. It was the incense.
What?
I tried to forget it, put it away, and tried to keep it off my mind, but exactly at 1, I opened the little metal box and lighted one of the cones. There was a lot of smoke, sweet, scented, thick. And that's all I remember.
Good Lord.
What are you doing?
Is there any more of the stuff left?
Oh, 2 more little cones.
Here, let's see. Yes, there are 2 left. Here, give me a match.
What?
A match. Get me a match.
Oh, oh, no.
Oh, here's one.
Oh, don't. Please don't.
I'm going to see what this nonsense is all about.
Oh, no. Oh, please, you don't know what you're doing.
We'll see in a minute. There.
Oh, I beg you not to do that.
So much smoke. So quickly. I don't understand how a little thing like that can produce so much smoke. That odor.
The same. The very same.
It's so strange.
Oh.
Smoke. Look how it rolls in great clouds, hiding everything.
Stop it. Stop it.
So much smoke, hiding everything. Can hardly see you.
Oh.
It's like we were in another world.
You are in another world.
What's that?
Welcome, Rotha and Letha.
Who are you? Where are you?
I am here beside you. You see?
Yes, and now I do. The smoke's clearing away.
What happened? What happened?
Don't you recognize me, Rotha?
My name's Ruth. I've never seen you before.
Ah, that is where you are wrong. You have seen me before.
No. No, I don't know you.
You mean you don't recognize me?
Who are you?
My name is Mota.
Mota?
Yes, Rotha. I am the Holy One.
I don't understand.
What's happened to us? We were in this young lady's apartment. Now we're someplace I've never seen before. Where are we?
You are on Vento.
Vento? What's Vento?
Vento is an offspring of Venus and Pluto.
What?
It is a planet as yet undiscovered by the scientists of the Earth. Many hundreds of thousands of years ago, Venus and Pluto collided. That probably would sound absurd to your astrologers today, but it is a fact. As a result of the collision, Vento came into being. A portion of Venus and a part of Pluto fused, broke off, and became Vento.
You're talking over my head.
Naturally, the people who existed on Pluto and those of Venus intermingled with Vento. Became a planet in its own right. As a result of that ancient catastrophe, the Ventonians came into existence. I am one of them. And the 2 of you are now here amongst us.
But how? How did we get here?
You remember the incense?
Oh, yes.
The incense? It is one of Vento's secrets. A tiny cone that emits a vapor powerful enough to permit anyone in contact with it to do as we here on Vento bid him to do.
It still got me goofy. After I started the incense burning, everything changed. We ended up here.
Naturally. Because when you came in contact with the released vapors, I bade both of you to come here. And here you are.
Oh, now what do you take us for? This is the 20th century. Folks like us aren't taken in by some crack.
Just one moment. Here. Will you look through this?
Through what?
This telescope. Here. Right through here.
Oh, now.
It will not hurt you to look, will it?
If you insist.
That's right. In there. Now. What do you see?
A large, round globe.
It is the Earth. 10 million miles from here.
Preposterous.
You think so? Here. I'll turn on the ultra-penetrating ray machine and show you how preposterous it is. Now, what do you see?
Closer. It's coming closer. Yes, something's happening.
The ultra-penetrating ray is making 10 million miles of distance look like only inches.
It is the Earth. There's Europe, Great Britain, China and Australia. Now I can see the California coast. And Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Illinois, Florida, Pennsylvania, New York.
Suppose we concentrate upon Florida. There.
No. It's not possible.
What do you see, Mr. Saunders?
A funeral. The funeral of Jan Mason, the golfer.
Oh, no.
Suppose you permit Rotha to look, Mr. Saunders.
Yes, all right.
Go right ahead, Rotha. That's right. There. You still do not remember, Rotha?
Why do you call me Rotha?
Because that is your name.
My name is Ruth.
When you were here, you were called Rotha.
When I was here.
Many centuries ago, Rotha, you were originally a Bentonian.
What are you talking about?
We have theories of reincarnation as you do on your Earth.
Yes, I've heard about it vaguely, but...
The one failing is that your theories do not go far enough.
What do you mean?
That there is such a thing as reincarnation, Mr. Saunders. But it is not restricted to one single planet, such as the Earth.
You surely aren't trying to tell us that Miss Candish here is the reincarnation of someone who lived up here.
Whether or not you accept it, it remains a fact.
Oh, that's utterly ridiculous.
I'm glad I had the foresight to think of your reluctance to believe. So I have prepared the truth.
Prepared what?
What are you talking about? What's the explanation of all
Must I
this?
explain it again? The vapor of the incense I sent you. Once it surrounds you, you are at the mercy of the Bentonian who sent it. You on your planet would call it black magic. But it is merely nothing more than applied science.
What's this proof you were talking about?
I will extinguish the lights and show you. Here on Bento, all time, all incidents are recorded. I shan't attempt to explain them completely. Suffice it to say, the principle is somewhat similar to that of your talking pictures, only on a much more advanced and widespread scale. Anything that has ever happened here on Bento since the invention of this recorder can be reviewed by those who wish to see it. That's why there is no crime, no evil here. Now, I turn on the machine. I must ask you to be silent. Do not speak.
Mr. Saunders, look.
Quiet.
It's me.
Quiet, I say. It is you, but not in your present body. It is you of centuries ago. Watch closely now and listen.
Come in.
Darling.
Kenta, dearest.
Forgive me for coming to you so late, but I had to see you before tomorrow.
Oh, I'm glad you're here, dearest. I've waited for you all day.
I've been at practice.
Are you ready for the game tomorrow?
Yes, quite. I fear I'll have trouble defeating Yana, though. He's become quite expert.
Oh, do you care so much?
Ralpha, if I should lose tomorrow... Oh, but we mustn't think of such a thing. Victory means everything to both of us.
He can't win now. My poor Kenta. He tried so hard. Oh, but now it's too late. Unless there's a miracle. If Yana misses 2 strokes... Oh, but he can't. And even if he did, it would be a draw. If he takes but 1 stroke, my poor Kenta will be defeated. Yana is ready now. If he does it in a single stroke, Kenta has lost. Now. He did it. Yana did it. My poor Kenta. Kenta.
My dearest one, I come to you, but without the cup of gold.
No, does it matter so much?
Yes, much. I promised that you should have the cup.
But I don't mind.
I should have won.
We still have each other, Kenta. We will be married.
No, Ralpha. For yesterday, I swore by the great god Venda that Should I not be victorious, I wouldn't be worthy of you.
You swore by Venda?
Yes, a sacred oath. I was so eager for victory, I knew that the very thought of losing you forever would inspire me to win. But I failed.
An oath sworn to Venda is a holy oath. I must resign myself to it. But now I swear by the great God of Venda, a holy and a sacred oath, that I will avenge what has happened. I will take vengeance from Yana if all eternity is required for me to do it.
I believe that is all the proof you need.
Ruth, did you know Truman Davis?
Truman Davis?
Truman Davis, the national golf champion. The one who was beaten by Jan Mason.
No, I didn't know either of them.
You think not, Rotha? Don't you recognize the man called Jan Mason? He is the reincarnation of the man Yana, who defeated Kenton in the games many years ago.
It all seems so familiar, and yet I'm so upset.
You swore a terrible oath centuries ago. An oath to work vengeance upon Yana. In your span of life here on Vento, you did not find the opportunity to avenge yourself. And so, as one of the high priests of Vento, it was my duty to bring to a climax your ancient oath.
You sent that devilish incense to her. You prompted her to go out there and kill Jan Mason. Gave her that golden cup.
It is the cup Kenta lost to Yana centuries ago. It amazes and confuses the Earth people greatly.
You're responsible for all that happened. Hypnotized this girl. Now what?
Now she'll return to the Earth and accept her punishment.
Oh, no. No, that's not right.
It is not for you to say.
It's for me to say.
Take this.
Quick, there's no time to lose.
Oh, there's no escape from here.
The incense, I still have it here. There's one cone left, just one.
Well, what can you do?
Have you heard what he said? Anyone here on this planet can use it. Oh, confound it, haven't I got a match? Yeah, here's one. Now.
Please.
Careful. It's my last match. There. It's burning. Now turn on that ray machine.
Do what?
Turn it on, turn it on.
Oh, all right. What are you going to do?
Look into the telescope. Watch. Tell me what happens.
All right.
I'm holding the burning incense in front of the telescope lens. Oh, I'm hoping.
Lee, it's still focused on the funeral. But something's happened.
Yes?
The coffin is gone. It's opened. Someone's sitting up in it.
Is it Jan Mason?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Good. Just a mere thought did it. The penetrating ray sent the incense vapor directly to Earth, to the man in the casket, Mason. And I concentrated on his coming to life again.
He is. He is alive.
Oh, our friend's coming too.
What do we do?
Here, give me your hand.
What?
Give me your hand. Come on, hurry, hurry.
Lee, that smoke.
Hurry, there's no time to lose.
How are we going to get away from here?
Simple. You saw what a mere thought did for Jan Mason. Hold tight now. Here we go.
Dark fantasy.
You have heard The Cup of Gold, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Ben Morris was Lee Saunders, Eleanor Naylor Corrin played Ruth, Muir Hyde was the High Priest, and George Onday was Kenta. Next Friday, the 26th in this dark fantasy series created by Scott Bishop, Coffins for Two, the weird and pulse-pounding tale of two boxes roughly hewed into the shape of caskets, bearing 3 silver handles on each side and silver nameplates, on which were engraved the names of 2 living people. This is Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you each Friday night from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Coker. And featuring tonight 2 of radio's most distinguished personalities, Santos Ortega and Richard Coogan, in No Grave Can Hold Me.
This is the mysterious traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little as we travel tonight into the world of shadows, from which no man may return, and we learn the story of one who does return. It's a story I call No Grave Can Hold Me. My story starts in a court of law, where a man is on trial for his life. The courtroom is tense, for the jury is out deciding the prisoner's fate. But the prisoner himself, a tall man with glossy black hair and piercing eyes, sits calmly with his lawyer, his daughter Nora, and his son-in-law Harry Wilson, waiting for the fateful verdict.
Oh, dear, I wish we knew. Father, I think the jury is coming in now. They say it's a bad sign when the jury is out for such a short while.
You need not worry, either of you. I shall be free.
I certainly hope so, Randolph, but... Well, you know, you did admit you killed Clemens.
Because he insulted me. He called me a mountebank, a charlatan, a trickster. He called the great Randolph a faker. So he died.
There they come. Oh, Father, I'm frightened.
I've taken your places in the jury box now. They look awfully grim.
I repeat, have no fear for me.
Foreman of the jury, has the jury reached a verdict?
It has, Your Honor.
What is the verdict?
We find the defendant guilty as charged of murder in the first degree.
Oh, no.
Randall, they found you guilty.
The fools. They, too, think that I'm an impostor, a trickster. They shall learn different. If I die, so shall they.
The prisoner will rise.
Father, you to stand up.
The prisoner will rise.
Very well. I'll stand up, so that they will recognize my face again when they see it suddenly in the night, and know that death has come to claim them.
Maximilian Randolph, you have been found guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree. It is the sentence of this court that you shall suffer the punishment of death on the night of June 6th at midnight. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Visitor for you, Mr. Randolph.
Thank you, Guard Miller.
You can see him for only 5 minutes, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, all right, Guard. Hello, Randolph.
Good evening, Harry. I see that my guard Miller managed to get you in to see me.
Yes, he did. Time is so short that... Well...
I know. It is almost midnight. And at midnight, I die. But Guard Miller has become a good friend. I knew he'd arrange it.
Nora and I saw the governor this afternoon. He refused to do a thing.
It does not matter. What is death but a new garment for the soul to wear?
Nora's waiting outside. You said you didn't want to see her tonight.
That is as I wished. You were my assistant. We were very close, you and I. And now there is a last promise you must make to me.
Anything, Randolph.
When you receive my body, the empty husk of the great Randolph, bury it in a vault with a bronze door which faces east.
A vault facing east? Yes, of course.
The door must be locked with a padlock of bronze. But it must be possible to open it from the inside.
But
without using a key.
Randolph, you...
The coffin must be locked shut as well. But I must be able to open it from the inside.
Randolph, sure you're not serious.
I never joke. All this and one thing more. Promise.
All right, I promise.
When I am buried, beneath my head must rest a notebook bearing the names and addresses of the 12 jurymen who found me guilty, of the prosecuting attorney, and of the judge.
But why, Randolph?
So that I may know where to seek my vengeance upon them. The vengeance I have sworn, which must be executed before my soul can sleep.
Oh, Randolph, that's madness.
You disbelieve. So do they. But in my studies, I have learned many things. And one of them is how to reach back from behind the dark curtain of death.
Time is up, sir.
Thank you, Miller. Goodbye, Harry. Just tell me one more thing. Is the full moon shining tonight?
Yes. It's a full moon tonight.
Good. And each time hereafter that it shines, one of my enemies will join me in death. And so the great Randolph went to his execution and was buried according to his instructions. After a few days, his case was forgotten. Forgotten by all but Harry Wilson, his son-in-law. Well, as the first month passed and the full moon again shone in the windows of his apartment, a strange restlessness possessed Harry.
Harry, what's wrong with you?
No, I'm sorry, Nora, but tonight's the night of the full moon. I'm nervous. I can't help it.
Oh, darling, you're not worrying about Father, are you? About his threat?
Yes, I am.
Oh, but that's absurd. Poor Father. Toward the end, I'm afraid he was suffering from delusions that he was more than just an ordinary man. He wasn't entirely sane, Harry.
No, maybe not, but he was so sure of himself, so certain. And those instructions for the way he was to be buried. Oh, of course, I'm just being foolish.
Why don't you go out and walk for a while, Harry? It'll help calm you.
All right, I will. You want to come along? It's a nice night.
No, I think I'll stay here and read.
All right, I'll be back in an hour or so, dear. And if nothing happens tonight, I'll know that Randolph was just putting on an act.
But a little later, another man was also walking in the moonlight of a beautiful July evening. This one was short and stout. He was strolling homeward from a small poker party with his friends when, in the dark shadows cast by the trees along the edge of the park, a tall figure stepped directly into his path. Just a moment, Adam.
Who are you? What do you want?
Just to talk to you.
Oh, I don't want to talk to you. Get out of my way.
Not so fast, my friend. Look.
A gun. Say, what is this, a hold-up?
No, Adams. It is not a hold-up.
Then why are you threatening me with that gun? Why have you got that scarf covering your face?
Because my face has changed in the months since I was executed and buried. It's rather frightening now.
What are you saying? Who are you, anyway?
You're beginning to recognize my voice, aren't you? You know who I am. You just don't want to admit it to yourself.
The great Randolph.
Whom you, as foreman of the jury, caused to be executed.
Oh, no, it's not possible. No one could come back from the dead.
No ordinary man. But the great Randolph has come back.
No, I don't believe it. There's a trick of some kind.
And is this a trick, Adams? Is it? Is it?
But tell me.
Is it?
Hello?
Hello, Nora. Is Harry there?
No, he's out for a walk. Who is this?
Don't you recognize my voice, Nora? Surely you heard it often enough.
Father. Oh, no, it can't be.
Strange how skeptical everyone is of me. Even my own daughter.
Father, it is you. What do you want?
I just want to tell Harry that I have claimed the first victim of my vengeance. Exactly on the stroke of midnight. The same minute when I died.
Oh, no, no.
And I wanted to warn him that he must do nothing to interfere with my plans. For if he does, I shall have to add him to my list of victims.
No, Nora, he telephoned here. You wanted to speak to me?
Yes, Harry, just a little after 12. He said that he...
Yes, I know. I heard the news. I was in a restaurant having coffee, and it came over the radio. Adams, the foreman of the jury, was found strangled in front of his home.
Oh, but it's impossible. And yet it was his voice, Harry. Father's voice.
Oh, we've got to do something. Nora, I've got to warn the others on that list. The other jurors, Baldwin, the district attorney, and Judge Dexter.
Yes, but he said if you tried to interfere...
I know, but that doesn't matter. In the morning, I'm going to District Attorney Baldwin. He'll believe me. He'll have to. Oh, but Mr. Baldwin, you've got to listen to me. You've got to warn the others. You've got to give them protection. Or they'll die, just as Adams did.
Wilson, I'm a busy man. I have enough on my mind without having to listen to wild-eyed stories like the one you just told me.
But it's true. Randolph's instructions about the way he wanted to be buried, the notebook that I put in the coffin with him.
Mere theatrical mummery. Now, Adams was the victim of an ordinary street mugging. That's all there is to it. I have to ask you to leave. I have more important things to tend to.
Mr. Lord, you're a sensible man. You edit the biggest newspaper in this city. If you'll only print what I've told you, the authorities will have to take some action.
Wilson, my job is to print news for our readers, not ghost stories. If I ran your story, I'd be fired tomorrow.
Then you don't believe me.
Tell you what I will do. I'll make a story for the Sunday supplement out of it.
Oh, that won't do any good. If it's in the Sunday supplement, people will just smile at it. When they see it, they'll know it's just a story.
And I'm afraid there's no use in talking any further, Wilson.
All right, I'll go to other papers. One of them will have to believe me.
I don't advise it. You run a shop, don't you, selling tricks and magic apparatus?
Yes, that's right. Why?
Just this. Newspapers don't believe in giving free publicity, and that's obviously what you're after. Goodbye, Mr. Wilson.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Wilson, but Judge Dexter is unable to see you.
Oh, but, miss, did you explain to him what it's about? How important it is?
The judge said if you cared to write him a letter, he'd give the matter his consideration.
Oh, that's no good. I've got to talk to him.
I'm sorry. He's leaving today for his vacation, and he won't be back for a month. Perhaps he'll be able to see you then, but he simply can't see you now.
None of them would listen to me, Nora. They either thought I was crazy or... But I wanted publicity. They all told me to forget it.
They're right, Harry. That's the only thing to do, to forget it.
But, Nora...
Maybe we're wrong. Maybe Adam's death last night was just a coincidence. I'm sure Father had nothing to do with it.
Oh, no. He telephoned you. You heard his voice?
Well, I'm not sure now that I did. Maybe it was a dream, Harry. Maybe I just imagined it. So forget the whole thing. Please, Harry, for my sake, forget it. Oh, Harry, darling, it's no good just pacing up and down. Please sit down and try to relax.
I can't, Nora. I can't. Tonight's the second full moon since Randolph was executed. He'll be leaving his grave tonight, and someone else will die.
But, Harry...
There ought to be a guard over the vault he's buried in. Oh, no, that wouldn't do any good if he came back to them dead. He wouldn't be bothered by a guard.
Please, Harry, you've done the best you can. And if it is true and you go on like this, well, you'll be in danger, too.
I don't care. That list, Nora, the names on it were alphabetical. And Adams, the foreman, was the first to die.
What are you driving at?
The second name on the list is Baldwin, the district attorney. Baldwin. He wouldn't listen to me last time, but tonight he's got to. I'm going to his home now while there's still time. Mr. Baldwin, you are in danger tonight. I'm sure of it. Deadly danger.
No, you mean it, I'm sure, Wilson.
Yes.
I thought it was some kind of a gag before. Now I can see you fully believe everything you've said.
Well, then you will take precautions, at least for tonight?
I've been an officer of the law for 30 years. I've been threatened by a lot of convicted murderers, but not one of them has come back to get me yet.
But you don't understand. The great Randolph is different. He had powers that we knew nothing about.
Perhaps, but I doubt it. Now, Wilson, I appreciate your warning, but I can't take it seriously, really.
Then you won't guard yourself?
No more than usual. I'll lock the door presently. I'm sure that'll keep out any ghosts who may come this way.
Mr. Baldwin, please, it's almost midnight. At least let me stay with you for another hour.
I'm sorry, but I'm about ready to turn in. I expect to sleep well, too. Now, you go on home, do the same. Because nobody's going to be harmed tonight by the great Randolph spook. I guarantee it.
Oh, no, please, I wish you'd let me stay.
I couldn't think of it. Now, you can find your way out yourself, can't you? I'm sure.
Yes, of course. All right, Mr. Baldwin, I won't bother you any longer. Good night.
Good night, Wilson. Well, he's gone. Afraid the poor fellow needs to see a psychiatrist. Randolph's ghost. I only hope I never have anything worse to be afraid of than... Who's there? Who came in just now? Wilson, is that you again?
No, my friend. It is not Wilson.
Who are you? What the devil's the meaning of this?
You don't recognize me, then?
How can I in that cloak with the collar pulled up over your face?
That is to spare the world a sight that should remain forever hidden within the darkness of a coffin. But my voice... Surely you recognize that.
What are you talking about? Now, get out at once, or I'll call for the police.
It would tax their powers to arrest me. They have no authority in the world to which I belong.
No, it can't be.
I see you have recognized me. You should have taken Wilson's warning, Baldwin, because I'm here, the great Randolph, at your service.
Oh, it's impossible.
That's been said of so many things, hasn't it? But I think I can convince you.
No, stay away. Help!
That won't do you any good. By the time anyone comes, you will have joined me in the world of death.
Nora! Where are you? Nora!
Harry, I could hear you calling all the way down the hall.
Nora, where have you been?
I just went out to get the morning papers. Why?
Why? It's happened again. District Attorney Baldwin has been killed.
But how?
Exactly the same way Mr. Adams was killed, strangled, just at midnight.
Oh, no.
And Nora, I think I know the truth now.
What do you mean?
I don't believe it was your father at all. I think it was I that killed them. I killed them both. Oh, no, you've got to do it. There's a full moon tonight. You've got to lock me in this apartment.
Oh, but Harry, you couldn't possibly have killed those two men.
I could. I was near the scene at both times, and my mind, it wasn't clear. I don't remember doing it, but don't you see, if I'd been hypnotized, I wouldn't remember.
But, darling, Father couldn't have hypnotized you into committing murder. It's a law of hypnosis. The subject won't do anything he knows is wrong.
I know that, but I can't be sure. I believe that in those few minutes I was with him, somehow Randolph impressed on my mind orders to carry out his vengeance for him.
Oh, darling, I'm sure he didn't. But if you insist, I'll lock you in.
All right. Well, I want you to go now. Might not be safe for you to stay with me.
All right, Harry. I'll go to a movie.
I've got to stay locked in until after midnight. Then even if I am hypnotized, I won't be able to do any harm. You do understand, Nora, don't you?
Oh, of course, darling. I'm sure you're wrong, but I'll do anything you say.
All right, now. Lock me in. And don't you come back until after midnight. Seven. 8. 9. 10. 11. Another hour and then I'll know. Or will I? Maybe I'll try to get out and I won't remember it. Or... Telephone. Yes. Hello.
Hello, Harry.
Randolph.
Yes, my boy. I'm glad at least you don't say, no, it's impossible.
No. Where are you, Randolph?
That doesn't matter. I just wanted to warn you. And don't try to interfere with my plans.
But, Randolph, I thought... Hello. Hello. He hung up. That proves that I'm not the one. Then in that case... Yes. That's the only possible answer. I know now what the truth is. Oh, I've got to get out of here. The door... Oh, it's too solid. I couldn't break it down with an axe. Oh, there's no fire escape, and it's 8 floors down to the street. I have it, the superintendent. I can telephone the superintendent, tell him I locked in, and then he'll come and let me out. Judge Dexter. First, Adams died, then Baldwin. Their names were the first two on the great Randolph's list. Your name is third.
And so you think that tonight I'm scheduled to die, huh?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
And you say you warned Baldwin last month just before he was murdered?
I did. And he laughed at me. But he died just the same.
And you're seriously asking me to believe that a dead man legally executed by the state is walking the streets tonight seeking my life?
I tell you, he telephoned me only half an hour ago. I recognized his voice.
You know, of course, that your story sounds like the ravings of an insane mind.
I know it. That's why I've kept quiet this last month. I did try to convince the police, the district attorney, and all I got was laughed at. And then...
Yes, and yet, obviously, you're in earnest. I don't think you're crazy.
I'm not. For a little while, I thought that I was the killer.
You? How?
I thought that I was under post-hypnotic control, that Randolph had planted in my mind the impulse to kill his enemies. But that phone call proved that I was wrong.
And what do you propose that we do?
If we went to his tomb, perhaps then we'd learn the truth.
Well, Wilson, what do you want to open Randolph's tomb for?
Don't you see? If we go there and we find Randolph is still in his coffin, then I'll know that the real murderer is my wife, Nora. I have the key right here. I'll have the padlock off in a minute.
Well, then hurry. The moon is bright. I'd hate to have anyone see us.
Yes, sir.
A very strange story, a man in my position prowling around a cemetery at midnight.
Oh, but we had to come, Judge. We had to make sure. There. Unlocked it. We can open the vault door now.
I'm rather sorry I paid any attention to you, Wilson. But we're here now, so let's get this thing over with. Now, I'm going in first. But don't forget, I'm armed.
Oh, don't worry about me. There, I've shut the door. Be safe to turn on the flashlight now. There. See? There's the coffin.
That's odd.
Huh? What is it, Judge?
Well, the air in here is fresh. This vault has been opened, and very recently.
Then it must have been opened by Randolph.
Oh, nonsense. Open this coffin and I'll prove it. Here. How does it work?
This catch on the side can be operated either from the inside or out. There. It's unlocked.
Well, then lift the lid, man. Lift it. What? All right, I'll do it.
No.
There. There you are. Now, see? There's your precious Randolph, safe and sound, just as I expected. Quite dead. As he's supposed to be.
He's still in his coffin.
Yes, and that proves that Wilson, shine your flashlight down on the floor. I just touched a body lying here near the wall.
Body? Oh, it's Nora. She's dead.
I don't think so. Here, give me that light. What happened? Why did you turn out the flashlight?
Something knocked it out of my hands. I can't find it.
Because I have it, Harry. That's why you can't find it.
Randolph.
Wilson, what are you saying?
It's Randolph. He's not dead.
Oh, but I am, Harry. But don't let that disturb you. I want to thank you for bringing the judge here to me.
Wilson, where are you?
You trying to play a trick on me? No, I swear.
He's quite innocent, Judge Dexter. As for Nora, she merely came to make sure I was where I'm supposed to be. Just as you did. When I spoke to her, she fainted.
Wilson, get the door open. We've got to have some light in here.
It's no use, Dexter. I can see in the dark like a cat, and you can't.
No.
I have you now.
No, Judge. No, let go.
You're going to die, Dexter. Executed as you ordered me. Executed.
Randolph, let me go. I warn you, Randolph. I've got a gun. I'm going to shoot.
You're too late. You're...
Good. Are you all right? Yes. Yes, I am. Now, see if you can find the flashlight. Right. I think I've taken care of Mr. Randolph. If it was Randolph... I think I have it. Yes, here it is. Judge, Randolph's body, it's still in the coffin. I rather thought it would be.
Harry? Harry, is that you?
Oh, no. You're not hurt?
No, just my head. I came here to see if Father...
We understand, Mrs. Wilson. And then someone hit you.
Yes, from behind. There was someone here in the vault. I just got a glimpse of him, and then he hit me. But who was it?
That's what we're just about to find out. Now, let me have the flashlight, Wilson. Yes, of course. I think he fell over here. Now, yes, here he is.
But who is he? He was impersonating Father, but who is he?
Here he's lying on his face. You'd better turn over. Carefully now. He's still breathing. That's it. Oh, it's Miller, the guard from the penitentiary, the one Randolph said he made a friend of.
Yes, the one who was guarding him just before he was executed.
Oh, that's it. It was Miller. Miller, can you hear me?
What happened?
I'm afraid he's dying.
Before Father was executed, he must have hypnotized this man and ordered him to carry out his fantastic scheme of vengeance.
Oh, it was a trick, but a very cunning trick. By means of hypnosis, Randolph used this man as a tool, even though Randolph himself was dead.
He must have recognized that Miller was unusually susceptible.
I think we'll find that Miller was a psychotic to begin with. Otherwise, Randolph's hypnosis would never have worked. For no normal person can be influenced the way Miller was under any circumstances. Isn't there anything we can do for him? No. No, he's gone. And with him, the great Randolph has died, too. For good.
This is the mysterious traveler again. So the great Randolph is dead for good, is he? I wonder. After all, Miller wasn't the only guard Randolph had a chance to talk to. Oh, but he couldn't have hypnotized any of the others. I wouldn't give it another thought if I were you. Unless, of course, you were on the jury that convicted Randolph. In that case... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. The role of the mysterious traveler is played by Maurice Tarplin. In tonight's cast were Santos Ortega, Richard Coogan, Shirley Blank, and Bill Smith. Original music composed and played by Al Finelli. All characters in this story were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons was purely coincidental. This is Bob Emmerich speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
You what?
Is it so astonishing?
Oh, how could you? It's not fair.
Why, what do you mean, Peter?
How dare you make fun of me?
Fun? I was never more serious in my life.
What? You mean it?
You don't think I'd say such a thing unless I did, do you?
Why,
Look here, I'd better go. Yes, perhaps you had you. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for everything. Nonsense. Good luck. Thanks, I need it. Goodbye. Now, Peter, my dear, let's sit down and talk for a while. Oh, now, come, don't look at me like that.
I can't help it. I just can't believe you're serious.
Oh, how am I going to convince you?
Why did you ask me like that?
Yes, it was wrong of me, I'll admit that. Well, let me do it all over again. Now, sit here beside me and give me your hand. Why, it's cold and trembling. And you're turning your face away. Now, don't tell me you're going to cry.
All right, I'll spare you that. They might be tears of joy, you know.
Might they? Do you really care for me so much, then?
I think you know the way I feel.
Then would you put up with me?
Why are you doing this? You haven't changed. I've been working with you for years now. I know just the way you feel towards me, and it isn't love.
Might it not be a great need of you, my dear?
Need of me? A plain, dull, unexciting nobody, and you with all you've got.
I'm the most poverty-stricken being in the world, if you only knew it.
You are?
Yes. You imagine that I'm a person to be envied with my fine home and big income. I tell you that I'm the most unhappy and desolate of beings.
Why didn't you tell me?
My troubles have been of my own making. It didn't seem right to burden another person with them.
But don't you know that I've longed to do things for you, anything, so long as it meant being with you?
You make me feel very ashamed of myself. And unworthy, Peter, dear. It's only the dregs of a life I'm offering you.
To someone who's been starving as long as I have.
I warn you, there may be things that you cannot even dream of. Things I can never even tell you about.
I've loved you for years without knowing a single thing about you.
But supposing I were to tell you that there are chapters in my life that I daren't let a single human creature know about. Not even the woman I marry.
Are they past? Are they over and done with?
Forever and ever. So help me, God.
Then I'll ask nothing about what's no concern of mine.
What strange and wonderful and terrible creatures you women are. You'll follow the path of your desire, no matter what pit it may lead you to. Oh, thank heaven for it. We men would be sorry things if we lost you through our sins. I'll try and not make you regret this, my dear.
Isn't it more likely that you'll regret?
Oh, why should I?
Because you still love Margaret Utterson.
Oh, that's not so.
Oh, yes, it is. Don't think that I'm reproaching you. I know that things are over between you. But you haven't forgotten her. And never will. Don't look like that. I understand. I don't hope to take her place. But the fact that there's room for me in your life as well is more than I'd ever hoped for.
Oh, Helen, my dear, what can I say to you? You're the finest, the truest person I've ever known. If you will do me the great honor to marry me, you'll give me a happiness I never hoped to deserve.
I'll marry you, Henry. And whatever this black thing is that you've got in the background of your life, I'll help you fight it. And if I don't succeed, if it gets too strong for me, I'll still love you, no matter what you've done or what you may become.
William, do you take this woman, Nancy, to be your wedded wife, to love and to cherish in sickness and in health, for better or for worse, till death do you part? I do. And Nancy, Ruth, do you take this man, Hugh William, to be your husband?
just going to blow his whistle.
Oh, think that of his hand, Henry. A man can't be allowed if Mr. Trent is sitting off on his honeymoon.
Did you get Nancy? I'll throw in the bag.
Thanks.
Where the dickens is that water?
He was a bit fine. I got it off the traffic jam. Oh, Lord, where's my wallet? Don't say I've come without any money.
Take mine, you idiot.
Oh, here it is. Well, thanks, goodness, I'm glad. That was great. Never live it down.
Nancy, I hope you put in some warm clothes. It might get cold up at the lake.
Of course she has. Two of everything, didn't you, darling? Hooray, we're off. Goodbye.
Good night.
Well, it's all over.
No, just beginning for them.
What shall we do now?
I should go and see Mrs. Wilkins and take some soup to Emmy Ryan.
And I should attend a meeting of the hospital board. But we're neither of us going to do the things we ought to do. We're going to have dinner somewhere and enjoy ourselves instead.
Are we?
Well, don't you think it's time we did something of the sort? When did you go out on a celebration?
I can't remember.
Then we'll make this one you'll remember for the rest of your life. And there's another thing we've got to do.
What's that?
Well, you've been engaged to me for almost 2 weeks now, and you're not yet wearing a ring. There's a shop in Bond Street that I have in mind, and
Oh, Henry.
would you like to go now? It's only 4 o'clock.
Like to?
Well, come along then. We'll take this cab and see if we can find something that you'll like. Now, you're quite sure you like the sapphire one best?
Oh, quite sure. Sapphires have always been my favorite stone, and it fits so perfectly. Just as if it had been made for me.
Perhaps it was. It certainly looks very nice on your hand. If you're quite satisfied, my dear.
Oh, I'm more than satisfied. I just adore it.
You couldn't have anything better, sir. That's a perfect stone.
Here's my card, then. Will you send the account to me at this address?
Certainly, Dr. Jekyll. And if ever you'd like us to send around some necklaces or other pieces of jewelry...
I'll let you know. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
And now, what do you say to a little drive around the park before we go and have dinner somewhere?
I'm wondering when I'm going to wake up. This can't be me, Henry.
Well, I feel a little that way myself. I haven't felt so happy as I do this moment for, well, I can almost say years.
I feel terribly like Cinderella.
Oh, but you're only going for a ride in a handsome cab, not a fairy coach.
I wouldn't change it. Not for all the fairy coaches in the world.
Fresh flowers for sale. Fresh flowers for sale.
Oh, look, Henry.
Yes, there's an old woman there selling lilac. Let me buy you some. It'll match your dress.
But what will I do with it?
Well, just carry it for a while till you get tired of it and then throw it away.
Throw flowers away? Oh, I couldn't.
All right, we'll go and call on your old Mrs. Wilkins and give them to her.
Henry, how much champagne did you drink at Hugh and Nancy's wedding?
Not enough to account for the way I feel now. Something's happened to me. I feel as though a great load has rolled off my soul.
You know, you look happier than I ever remember you doing before.
The curse is lifted from me, Helen. I'm a free man.
Fresh flowers for sale. Lilac from the country. Buy a bunch of lilacs.
Wait here for me. I'll just slip across the road and buy out her entire stock.
Mind you don't get run over. I don't think you're quite responsible just now.
Take care.
All right.
Even standard! Even standard! Breaks through in the Anderson murder case. 2,000 pounds reward offered for the capture of Edward Hyde. Even standard! Even standard!
Henry! Let me get to him. Is he hurt?
Oh, God, Miss Bunny, what's it?
You stop dead in front of that team of horses. Never see
Well, I shut out him. I swear I will.
Here, get back, everybody. Get back. Don't crowd around. I'm a trained nurse. Let me attend to him.
Here. What's the matter here?
Been an accident, Constable. The gentleman walked fair in front of the horses, he did.
Where's the driver? Yes, sir. He went by, Bob. I shouted out to him. He went cruising around, and all of a sudden he stopped dead in his tracks right in front of the horses. I couldn't do a thing.
All right. Now let's have a look at him. Now stand back there. Who are you, miss?
I'm a friend. I'm a trained nurse. I don't think he's very badly hurt. Wait a minute. He's starting to come round now.
Stunned a bit, maybe. Stand back there now and give him some air.
What happened?
Here. Don't talk, dear. You've had an accident. Just lie still.
I was crossing the road and Something made me stop there. I remember. It was the newsboy. Get me a paper. Get me a paper.
Henry, lie still. You must lie still.
I must see that paper. It's all right. I tell you. I'm all right. I was only stunned.
Henry, keep still, quiet.
There's nothing wrong with him at all.
Where's the paper, boy? Hey, boy. Give me a paper.
Henry, are you sure you're not hurt?
No, I'm not hurt. Oh, let's get away from this crowd. Let's get away, I say.
Not so fast, sir. I've got to get a few particulars.
What for?
Why, what do you want to know? Your name and address, sir? Now, move on, everybody. Move on. Go on. Now, make it lively.
Here you are, the Evening Standard. Evening Standard. Fresh clue in the Edison murder case, the Evening Standard. £2,000 reward for the capture of Edward Hyde. £2,000 reward.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Within the memory of living man, no vile horror has ever been loosed upon the world that could compare with the subject of tonight's unsolved mystery. Like some hideous specter, unshriven, bestial, lecherous, he moved like an unclean thing through the courts of Russia. The horse thief who rose to be the most powerful man at the court of the Tsar, Rasputin the Mysterious. The scene is the Tsar's winter palace. Luxury such as only the palace of an oriental potentate can boast. A squandering of human lives and the wages of human effort for the glory of a man who was called the little father of all the Russias. But in one room of the palace, all this wealth means nothing, for there Alexis, the little son of the Tsar, lies sick. The Tsarina hovers anxiously at the head of the bed, and bending over the little boy, Gregory Rasputin.
Oh, please, Holy Father, tell me, will my son recover?
If thy son is left in my care, on the third day he will be well. If not...
If not, Holy Father?
If not, madam, on the third day the boy will die.
Then, Father, it must be as you say. I will give orders that you are to remain at the palace.
But your noble courtiers, the Grand Duke, Putikov, will they permit such a thing?
They would not dare dispute the orders of the Tsar. Olga.
Yes, madame?
See that the Holy Father is provided with suitable quarters in the palace.
Yes, madame.
I must attend a reception.
If there's any change in the Tsarevich condition, notify me at once.
Yes, madame.
I shall see you later tonight, Holy Father.
If your majesty so desires.
After the reception,
Fools, all of them. Well, my pretty Olga, the first part of our plan has succeeded.
But I'm afraid if anyone should see me giving the boy the poison...
Bah, tell them it is by my orders. I said the boy would be well by the third day, did I not?
Yes, Gregory.
Fool, do not call me Gregory here. I am Father. Holy Father. Without me, the Tsarevich dies. With my help, he lives, and I will become the most powerful man in Russia. But I forget. The third day, he must be well. Give him the antidote on the night of the second day.
I understand, Greg. Holy Father.
Yeah, that is better. And now to suitable quarters, she said. Then let them be the best the palace affords. For this night, Gregory Rasputin steps on the pathway to fame.
Along the golden pathway to fame strides the unholy monk. Time and again the little Tsarevich falls ill, and time and again Rasputin's apparent skill saves his life, until, frightened lest they offend the fiendish Rasputin, the Tsar and Tsarina are completely dominated by him. But fast as fame and wealth come to Rasputin, they do not come fast enough, and one night in the secret closet behind the altar in Rasputin's private chapel, he sits talking and drinking with Sturmer, the Prime Minister. I tell you, Gregory, Germany will pay any amount of money to have you do as the Kaiser wishes.
It is worth a great deal of money.
There is no danger. You can do it easily.
Yes, Sturmer, I can do it easily. I can do it for the mere sake of doing it. As you say, there is no risk.
Very well, then.
But that has nothing whatever to do with what it is worth. I say that it is worth a great deal of money.
10,000 rubles?
What do you think I am? A stable groom to be bribed with pocket money? Start with 1 million, and we talk business.
1 million rubles? Impossible.
Then I shall advise the Tsar to increase the size of the army. How then will the Kaiser like that?
Oh, you can't.
I can. I can more easily persuade him and the nobles to increase the army than decrease it. And I will. 1 million rubles, or tomorrow I suggest an increase.
You drive a hard bargain, Gregory.
And Kaiser Wilhelm der Grosse asks a great deal.
Very well. 1 million rubles.
Good. Then we drink to our mutual success.
But world affairs move too fast for even Gregory Rasputin. The World War breaks out before he can effect the reduction in the army, and he promises instead that the Tsar's army at Pripyat will be withdrawn. But on the 15th of June, 1916, Sturmer bursts into Rasputin's apartments. Look here, Gregory. This has just arrived from Germany.
Give it to me. It is of immediate importance that the Pripyat offensive should at once cease. You will recollect that you made a promise that the offensive would be turned into a defeat within 14 days. This has not been done.
You do not need to read the rest. The Kaiser is greatly dissatisfied. The letter also reminds you that you have not destroyed the munition factories.
Enough. I will look into this. I gave orders. I gave them myself. Can it be?
You are losing your power, Gregory.
I am not afraid of that. I have only to disappear for a week. Let the Tsarevich fall ill, and the Tsarina will be begging me to return. I and the Tsar, too. No, Sturmer. It is not loss of power, it is...
Yes?
That there are those who plot against me. The Grand Duke Dmitri. The Grand Duke. I shall have to have him exiled.
Don't be a fool, Gregory.
Quiet, idiot. I know what I am doing. Yes, that is it. I must see that the Grand Duke Dmitri becomes an exile to Siberia.
But Rasputin's efforts to have the Grand Duke exiled were doomed to failure. The Grand Duke had too many friends. And among these friends were those who, fully awake to the Tsar's folly, were equally awake to Russia's peril, and equally willing to give their lives for Russia.
You're listening to Unsolved Mysteries. Stay tuned. We'll be back with the solution after this. And now, back to 1936 and the Mad Monk on When Radio Was.
So it was that December 1916 saw the conspirators, Dmitri, Stepanov, Yusupov, and a woman who should be nameless, gathered in Yusupov's house.
You are certain that he will come, Yusupov?
I am certain. I told him that one of the society ladies was desirous of entering his religious cult as a sister disciple. He asked me if she were pretty. I told him yes, and that was all.
You understand the part you are to play?
When he comes, I am to pass down the stairs to the balcony. When I am certain he has seen me, I will go to the blue room.
Correct.
And now the wine, it is ready.
It contains enough poison to kill 20 men. Quickly. Is it?
Yes, this is Rasputin. You, Dmitri, Hyde. You too, Yusupov.
Yes, we will be in the upper room.
You, follow behind me, but slowly.
I understand. I will see that he notices me.
Ah, there you are, Father.
I was a little delayed. Affairs of state.
Yes, I understand.
Oh, is that...
What is it, Father?
Is that the lady?
Yes, she is going to change. She has just returned from a journey. In here, we shall have some wine. Now, your health, Father.
Oh, wine and cakes. I'm very fond of sugar-coated cakes. Ah, very good. Very good indeed. Another glass.
Panic seizes Stepanov as the mad monk drinks glass after glass of the poisoned wine. Enough poison to kill 20 men, the Grand Duke Dmitri had said. But Rasputin, leering, bloated, bestial, empties the glasses in quick succession. Suddenly he looks up, sees the panic in Stepanov's face, sees Stepanov drawing his gun.
Fool! Do you not know you cannot kill me? I am Rasputin. Put away that gun.
You did, Stepanov? Yes, he drank and drank. The poison had no effect. Let me out of this room. I'm sick.
Yes, better that we all leave. Come upstairs, and we will drink to the death of this fiend and the future of Russia.
The door closes and Rasputin rises to his feet. He struggles to the door, his matted and bloody hair falling about his face. He fumbles with the door catch. The door opens and he struggles to the stairs. Looks up, sees Dmitri and the others in the upper room.
You have tried to kill me, but I shall live. I will live, and God will give me my revenge.
But those were the last words the mad monk spoke. Stepanov seized the sentry's rifle and emptied 3 shots into the monster's head. In a few moments, Gregory Rasputin's body was carried from the building and thrown into the black, icy waters of the river Neva. The horse thief who had ruled Russia was dead. Many and varied have been the stories about Rasputin, but the information contained in this program was taken from documents in the possession of the Soviet government and is true in every detail. In just a moment, you will hear a solution as to why Rasputin did not die from the poisoned wine. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. It is many years later, and one of the conspirators, now in America, is talking to a group of friends.
And you don't think that Rasputin was, shall we say, a supernatural individual?
No, I do not. In the first place, we know that he was conspiring with one of the women of the court to poison the Tsarevich because we arrested the woman and she confessed.
I see.
Rasputin merely supplied the antidote for his own poison and thereby gained the support of the Tsar and Tsarina.
But what of that night when you tried to kill him? Dmitri himself said there was enough poison to kill 20 men.
That is true, but we forgot one thing.
Yes, and what was that?
The sugar-coated cakes. Rasputin must have eaten over a dozen of them.
You mean to say that the sugar-coated cakes were an antidote for the poison?
By themselves, the sugar-coated cakes would not have been an antidote, but taken with the alcohol in the wine, they may have formed an alcoholic syrup, which was the antidote.
But even after that, you shot him twice, left him for dead, and even then he followed you to the stairs.
Yes, but we were excited. Rasputin undoubtedly pretended that he was badly hurt and fell to the floor. Then, when we had left the room, he struggled to his feet and out of the room. You must remember that to us the time seemed endless, but in reality it may have been very short.
I see.
It was a night of horror. Everything seemed magnified. And now, when I think about it, there was really nothing remarkable about Rasputin's leaving the room after he had been shot. In fact, during the war, I have seen more than one man, literally riddled with bullets, keep on going for a much longer time than Rasputin did.
Yes, that's true. I hadn't thought about it that way.
Whether or not my explanation is correct, one thing you can be sure of, Rasputin was little better than a beast. Power of purpose he had, but to suggest that he had anything supernatural about him is ridiculous. It simply was not so.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you the story of a man who tries to commit the perfect crime. Overdrawn, starring Mr. Dick Powell.
Well, hi, Howell. Well, Stanley Smart, baseball's brightest brain and most magnetic manager. How's the car, Stan?
Batting zero. No power at all. And it rides rougher than an umpire's decision.
Well, sounds like spark plugs might be causing you trouble, Stan.
You mean they could make my car act as nervous as a Rare's rookie hollow?
Sure. Why not visit your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer? He's got the exclusive Autolite plug check indicator to tell the exact condition of your car's spark plugs and whether they're right for your style of driving. And if cleaning or adjustments are needed, your Autolite spark plug dealer has the tools and equipment to give you the best spark plug service money can buy.
Yeah, but Hollow, suppose replacements are needed.
Why, then he'll replace those worn-out spark plugs for a team of ignition-engineered, resistor-type or standard-type Autolite spark plugs to give you smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. So, friends, take a tip from me and see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer soon. And remember, you're always right with Autolite. And now, with Overdrawn and the performance of Mr. Dick Powell, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
The next time you walk into a bank, notice the guy behind the window. For 17 years, I worked in the bank, took it in and doled it out. And there was never a day that I didn't feel like a dead ant in a jar of honey. When the feeling got hard to handle, I'd borrow a week's salary on a blonde or a new suit. But it didn't help. Expensive things are like eating peanuts. You can't stop. Sure, you can push them away, but what do you accomplish? You just have to reach a little farther. Mr. McPherson, the president of the bank, valued my efficiency at a premium. Whenever a new man was hired, I was elected to show him the ropes.
Mr. Graves, this is Mr. Robert Farley, our most experienced and conscientious teller. He'll see that you get off on the right foot.
He'd pat me on the back and leave me to explain the rules and regulations to some wet-nosed kid fresh out of college.
Hope you don't mind me hanging over your shoulder, Mr. Farley.
Oh, hang anywhere you want.
Huh?
Nothing.
Mr. McPherson tells me the procedure here is pretty strict. I wouldn't want to make any mistakes.
Oh, it's not too bad, Graves. Pretty much the same as any bank. Just make sure you write your figures clearly and, the old man has one particular fetish. Be sure your initials are legible.
Sure.
A few years ago, we had two tellers with the same initials. There was a deposit error, and nobody could tell which one made it. They both got fired. Like some coffee?
Well, I don't like to leave before I...
Oh, I always bring a thermos. Hand me that briefcase, will you?
Oh, sure.
Grab yourself a paper cup. That drugstore gives me indigestion. Hope you like it black.
Yeah, black's fine. Thanks. Been here long, Mr. Farley?
Started as a messenger boy when I was 18.
Watch out, it's hot.
Makes sense. Who wants cold coffee? Get the picture? As monotonous as 50 miles of dirt road, unless you've got patience. I had it. And for 17 years, I bet my patience on the longest shot in the world. If it happened, I was ready for it. For 17 years, I got up in the morning, filled my thermos with coffee, put it in my briefcase, and went to work. And every day I sat there with my hands full of money, waiting and hoping. Then one afternoon, as the minute hand on the big bank clock jumped from 2:59 to 3, it paid off.
I'd like to cash a big check.
How big?
How much have you got? Don't move an inch or I'll blow your head off.
He was a big man in a trench coat, and he held a gun pointed right at my chest. I looked down the line of windows. An armed man covered each one.
Anybody move? This is our hold-up.
Straight up, buddy. All the money you got in the drawer.
I reached for a stack of thousands and watched him rake the money into a leather bag. I kept handing him money, praying someone would get to the alarm.
Come on, let's have it faster.
Get that guy under the floor!
Fast. Everything happened fast. Pete Johnson was the guy who turned in the alarm. I was down on his face, his life running out all over the floor. Everybody was crowding around Pete, everybody but me. I remember those patient years and moved like a machine. I grabbed my briefcase, stuffed it with the rest of the money from the cash drawer. 10s, 20s, 100s. It was a matter of seconds while the hysteria kept everyone else too busy to notice. Then I closed the case, put it back under my counter. I took a deep breath and joined the crowd standing around Pete Johnson.
What'd the guy look like?
Well, officer, he had on a trench coat and a hat.
What color was the hat? What color coat?
Well, the coat was tan, I think. The hat green or gray.
Did you get a good look at his face?
No. I was too busy looking at his gun.
Well, we got pretty good descriptions. You can send everybody home.
They got about 80,000. Your window took the biggest loss, Farley.
Oh, well, he cleaned me out. I'm sorry, Mr. McPherson.
Can't be helped. Certainly nothing for you to worry about. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Farley.
Huh? What is it, Graves?
I just thought maybe you wanted a lift home.
No, thanks. I'm still a little shaky. I think I'll walk it off. Thanks just the same.
Sure, Mr. Farley. Anytime.
So far, so good. About a 50-foot walk to the front door, and I'd be on the street. Easy street. But I took my time. Too close to look anxious. Too close to attract attention. I closed the drawer, reached down, and stopped. My fingers inches away from the leather handle on the briefcase. At the front door stood two policemen. They'd stopped one of the tellers and were questioning him, asking him about a lunch pail he was carrying. They made him open it, and I got sick. I'd never make the street with that briefcase. Suddenly, everything seemed mixed up, confused. I grabbed my coat, headed for the door. I had to get out, run, forget the briefcase, and save myself. All the way across the bank, I kept telling myself, relax. Slow down.
Hold it, mister.
What's the matter?
Just checking. No packages, huh?
No.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Mr. Farley? Mr. Farley? Hey, you.
What?
Guy calling you. Mr. Farley, I forgot your briefcase. You wouldn't have had any hot coffee in the morning.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Graves.
That's your briefcase?
Now, why?
What's in it?
An empty thermos.
Better have a look.
Mr. Farley?
Yes, sir?
I hope you weren't upset about your window.
This officer wants to check my briefcase.
Your briefcase? Oh, don't be ridiculous, Sergeant. I'll vouch for Mr. Farley. Been with me 17 years.
Okay, Mr. McPherson.
Thank you, sir.
Can't trust you. Can't trust anybody. Oh, that's all I wanted to say. See you in the morning.
Yes, sir. I'd made it. A briefcase full of money, and for a bonus, can't trust you, can't trust anybody. I went up the steps of my apartment like a kid on his way to a taffy pull. Once inside, I locked the door and opened the case. I walked to the bed and dumped it. House Beautiful should feature it, a crazy quilt of money. I counted it. $28,311. I counted it again and took a nap. I looked at the clock on the nightstand. 7:10. I'd been out about a half hour. Somebody was knocking at my door. I shoveled the money back into the briefcase and put it under the bed. Who is it?
Graves, Mr. Farley. Can I see you a minute?
Oh, I'll be right there.
Oh, you've been asleep?
Yeah.
Didn't mean to wake you up.
That's okay. What's on your mind?
I stopped off at the corner market. Bought a fifth.
I thought they only sold milk and quarts.
Oh, I thought maybe you'd want a drink.
Now, why did you think maybe I'd want a drink?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to talk. I'll see you in the morning.
No, wait a minute. Come on in. Come on. I could use a drink. I'll get some glasses. Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks.
What's the occasion?
Oh, just thought you might still be a little upset after that holdup.
Upset?
Yeah. You were pretty nervous.
Oh, yeah, I guess I was. You're a nice kid.
Thanks. This okay? It's a blend.
Sure. No soda. Water all right?
Yeah, fine.
Well, cheers.
Cheers. Mr. Farley.
Yeah?
What are you going to do with all that money?
What?
That money you put in your briefcase. What are you going to do with it?
You out of your mind?
I saw you. If you haven't figured out what you're going to do with the money, I could sure use some of it.
He sat across the table from me, smiling like a young rattlesnake in a rabbit pen. He took out a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, and lighted it. He blew the smoke across at me in long, thin streams. I could feel the panic again. The smoke spread out and hung over the table.
50-50, Mr. Farley. I think that's fair.
Half of 17 years. He was asking for half of a lifetime, and I couldn't spare it.
What do you say, Mr. Farley?
No.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, Mr. Farley? Change your mind?
Yeah.
Well, good. Let's have another drink.
Sure. Say when.
Hold it. That's fine.
Cheers.
Cheers.
You're too young to drink anyway.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Dick Powell in Overdrawn, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hello. I'm happy as a pennant winner now. Oh, you visited your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer, eh, Stan? Oh, you bet I did. He checked my car's spark plugs with that famous Autolite plug check indicator. And he found that they were as worn as a catcher's mitt after a doubleheader. So he threw out those worn-out spark plugs for a set of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, eh? You bet he did. And now my car takes off like a home run, operates smooth as a double play, and really goes the distance on a tank of gas. Well, that's because ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs are designed by the same Autolite engineers who design coils, distributors, and all the other important parts that make up the complete ignition systems for many of our finest makes of cars, trucks, and tractors. Autolite spark plugs are ignition-engineered to pitch perfect performance and catch the praises of smart motorists everywhere. You know, Harlow, I'm going to tell all my players to have their cars checked regularly by their Autolite spark plug dealer. Yes, Stan, and have worn-out spark plugs replaced with either standard or resistor-type ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Because, even as the umpire knows, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Dick Powell in Elliott Lewis's production of Overdrawn, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
For a minute, nothing was real. Then gradually, I started to think clearly again, more coolly and smoothly. I got the keys to Graves' car out of his pocket, packed a bag, and grabbed the briefcase with the money. I carried him out to his car and locked him in the trunk. Then I went back for him. It was dark. I got him over my shoulder and went out the back door to the alley. I got him into the car, propped him up in the seat beside me. He looked like a college boy after a big game celebration, like he'd wake up any minute and say, "Stop the car, I don't feel so good." few miles outside of town, there was a reservoir. I pulled up a few feet to the edge and sat there a minute, smoked a cigarette. I didn't dare go too fast. Had to know the next move. Suddenly, the kid's body slipped a little and leaned against my shoulder like he wanted to hurry and get it over with. It was the least I could do. I grabbed my briefcase and bag, took the brake off, and shoved. The car slid into the water in a slow, smooth glide.
Starts leaving at Gate 3 for Ventura, Santa Barbara, Monterey, Palo Alto, and
Yes, better hurry. That's your bus he just called.
Thanks. It was dark in the bus, and too many people were using the air. A baby in the back somewhere didn't like it either. I put a cigarette in my mouth, and as I struck a match, the glow lit up the face that leaned toward it from the next seat.
Hold it, will you, honey? Thanks. Oh, stuffy in here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Going far?
San Francisco. I got a cousin there. He runs a restaurant. One of those fish places on the wharf, you know.
Well, I've never been there, but I've heard about them.
You never been to San Francisco? Oh, you got a kick coming. It's not much when the sun's out, but at night it gets enough like New York to be just great. You'll love it. Of course, I don't know anything about you, but...
Oh, you don't have to. We're starting even. What's your name?
Betsy Clark.
Mine's Adams. Arthur Adams. I'm a used car salesman from San Diego. I'm taking my first vacation in 5 years. And I'm glad to know you, Miss Clark. There were times during the trip when I shied away from her. I couldn't possibly be lucky enough to pick up a right girl in such a wrong place. But she got to be important to me just by being there. I didn't want to be alone. We got to San Francisco about 8 o'clock the next morning, and I felt panic again. She'd leave me now and go to her cousin. Leave me in a vacuum to hold hands with a briefcase in the past.
Where are you going to stay, Arthur?
I don't know. Some downtown hotel, I guess. Any suggestions?
Well, there's a little place on Geary. It's clean. The price is right.
Sounds fine. What's the address?
354 South. Come on, we'll take a cab.
We?
Well, unless you want to walk. It's a good 10 blocks.
Oh, I thought you were staying with your cousin.
I changed my mind. Besides, you're liable to get lost without me. These San Francisco streets can be very confusing.
Good morning. Can I do? Oh, hello, Miss Clark.
Hello, Pop. You got a couple of rooms?
Sure. It's good to see you again. It's been nearly...
This is Mr. Adams, Pop. Give him one overlooking the bay. He's never been here before.
Hey, he can have 411.
Okay. How about me?
409?
That'll be fine.
I'll take you up.
You call me when you're freshened up. There's a wonderful restaurant that serves stuffed grape leaves. We'll begin the tour with something exotic, huh?
Oh, great. Let's keep it that way. I'll be ready in an hour. I got settled in my room and had Pop bring me a paper. The bank robbery story was there, but that's all. In a day or two, there'd be more. I dressed for dinner, filled my pocket with enough money for a couple of big weeks, then took the briefcase downstairs to the desk. Oh, can you put this case in the safe for me, Pop?
Oh, sure, Mr. Adams. Just a moment. I'll give you a receipt.
Is this the house phone?
Oh, yeah.
409, please. Oh, hi. I'm downstairs. I had to put something in the safe. Okay.
Here's your receipt, Mr. Adams.
Cigarette?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wonderful dinner. Would you like to dance?
I'd love to. You having fun?
Mm-hmm.
Arthur?
Yeah?
How long was your vacation?
3 weeks.
I just wondered. You're a good dancer.
We kept dancing for the rest of the evening, holding her close with her smooth face next to mine and her hair smelling fresh and clean. Ever play King on the Mountain? Scrap your way through a dozen kids and finally make the top? You feel bigger than anybody. Standing up there, battling to keep them from pulling you back down. The top of the mountain was mine, and she was dancing with me up there. And nobody was going to pull me down again. I thought about Graves lying at the bottom of the reservoir with his head broken. They probably wouldn't find him for weeks. The next night, we went to the top of the mark.
Gee, I'm sorry it's so foggy. We'll have to come back again so you can see how pretty it is.
Oh, I like looking at the fog. It's like watching smoke in a fireplace. Look how it curls around the buildings. Cold smoke. Oh, I'm glad it's out there.
Why don't we go home now, huh? Arthur? Why don't we go home now?
No, not yet.
Well, I don't think I want another drink. Hey, what happened to you all of a sudden? You miss your used car lot?
Sorry, I was thinking about somebody.
A girl? Hey, maybe you're married. I never even asked you that, did I? Who are you thinking about?
Oh, it's not important. Just a guy who wanted me to sell out to him. I kind of wish I had. Had fun?
Oh, fun.
Come here.
Arthur?
Yes.
I think you're wonderful.
I think you're wonderful, too.
Better come in.
Yeah. Steady she goes.
Gee, I'm a little tight.
Want the papers? Give me your arm.
Love it. What a wonderful, wonderful evening. What's in the paper?
Well?
Well?
Oh, nothing much. Another investigation in Washington.
I want to be investigated. What else?
The police want some man for murder.
Oh, shame on him. 4th floor, garden supplies, camping equipment, lingerie. I used to run an elevator once. In a department store, I ran an elevator once. Well, you got my key.
Oh.
Wonderful evening.
Good night, honey.
Oh?
I'll call you in the morning.
All right. Good night, Arthur. Arthur,
Yeah?
you didn't give me my papers.
Sorry.
There's something wrong.
Wrong? Priscilla. I'll see you in the morning.
You did that.
Betsy,
Good night, Arthur.
I stood there in that lonely hall of the world coming down around my head. It was all in the papers. They had found the car with my fingerprints on the door. They had my description right down to the color of my eyes. They'd even checked the bus station, and the ticket stub had remembered me. The last paragraph read, "It is believed that Farley is somewhere in the vicinity of San Francisco." Pop. Pop.
Oh, yes, Mr. Adams.
I'd like my briefcase.
Oh, all right.
Come on. Oh, hurry, will you? Hurry.
Here you are, Mr. Adams.
Thanks.
Have to have your receipt.
Well, there you are.
Just initial it. Hotel policy so we can show you got your case.
Okay. There.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Adams.
I went up to my room, tossed the briefcase on the couch, and went into the bedroom to pack. Had to get out, clear out of the city. I thought about Betsy, and I wanted to take her with me, but I couldn't. How could I explain running, hiding? Sooner or later, she'd find out, and I couldn't take that chance. I closed my suitcase and went into the other room.
Hello, Arthur.
There she was, sitting on the couch, the open briefcase in her lap.
So much money, Arthur. You must sell an awful lot of cars.
How'd you get in?
You left the door unlocked. It's all right. I locked it. Where'd you get it?
I sell a lot of cars.
While you're working in a bank? Thank you for buying me the papers.
All right, Betsy.
Is that why you killed him, Arthur, for all this money?
What do you want, Betsy?
Must have been awfully rich.
He wanted to get that way. How much, Betsy?
Well, I guess I'm the only one who could really tell the police.
How much?
How about all of it?
Well, I'll need some to get out of town.
All right, Arthur.
You can call me Bob.
I like Arthur better. Here's $20. Think you better hurry.
You know why I killed that man, Betsy?
Because he had all this lovely money.
No. Because he wanted to take it away from me.
No, please. Arthur.
He wanted to take it away from me. He wanted to take it away. You hear me, Betsy? He wanted to take it away.
Open up!
Where is he?
What is Clark? Are you all right?
Hey, you! Stop! Stop!
Did you get him?
Yeah, call an ambulance.
How'd you find me?
Pop call. He recognized you from the description in the paper. He got suspicious when you initialed that receipt.
What?
You were registered Adams or something. You initialed that receipt RF, and he got to thinking. You made a big mistake, mister.
Force of habit, officer. That's what happens when you work in a bank for 17 years.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Dick Powell.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants from coast to coast. These products include world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, which are carried by your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer. See him soon and have worn-out spark plugs replaced with ignition-engineered Autolite resistor-type or standard-type spark plugs for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Richard Widmark in Tell You Why I Shouldn't Die. To be followed on June 14th by Mr. Gregory Peck, who will tell you the truth about Jerry Baxter. All on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Overdrawn was written for Suspense by Blake Edwards from a story by Robert Platt. In tonight's play, Mary Jane Croft was heard as Betsy and Dick Crenna as Graves. Featured in the cast were Norman Field, Ed Max, Benny Rubin, and Joseph Kearns. Dick Powell may be heard each week on his own radio program, Richard Diamond, on another network.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Richard Widmark in a tale we call Tell You Why I Shouldn't Die.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor or standard-type spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Skill, freedom, cooperation, competition. These are some of the factors that have kept America strong. To learn how and why our American economic system is the best, write for the free booklet, The Miracle of America, to Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you the story of a man who would live as long as he kept talking. Tell You Why I Shouldn't Die, starring Mr. Richard Widmark.
Hi, Hap. Spring fever?
Yeah, Harlow. I just can't get going.
Well, too bad you aren't Autolite Stay Full battery, Hap. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Some starter, eh, Harlow?
You bet, Hap. Thanks to its rare, right, and rugged pep and power. And what's more, it gives longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
You mean that, Harlow?
I sure do, Hap, because the Autolite Stay Full has fiberglass retaining mats, protecting every positive plate to prevent shedding and flaking, and preserve the power that's packed into that paramount provider of perfect propulsions.
You sure pep me up, Harlow.
So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer and ask him for an Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now with Tell You Why I Shouldn't Die and the performance of Mr. Richard Widmark, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
All right, Nat. Make you a pitch. I got time.
Charlie, it's good to see you, Charlie. How about a drink?
Is that the best you can do? You with the big mouth offer me a drink? Haven't you got a pitch to hand out? How you're pure as the driven snow and everybody else is wrong? Oh, come on, sell me a big order, Nat. Because I got time. Plenty of time. I gotta wait till the cops get here, don't I, to make everything perfect for you. We got lots of time, Nat.
Now, listen, Charlie.
Oh, that's no routine. Please, Nat, give me the routine. Make me mad, real mad.
Charlie, you're a friend of mine. For friends, I haven't got a routine.
You always got a routine, Nat. You're a pitch man. Pitch.
All right, Charlie. You've come in here to kill me. You got a gun, you stand there, the gun's pointing at my head. Everything's just dandy. You're going to kill me. And why? Because you claim I broke up you and your girl. I ruined your life. And before you die, you're going to kill me. But you're not sure. You're not sure you got all the facts. You're not sure you didn't get everything twisted up. The fact that you're not shooting ought to be proof that you're willing to listen to a little logic and a little reason, and that's exactly what I'm going to give you. Now, Charlie, I want you to go back a few weeks. Back to that night when you and Eileen were in her dressing room. Sorry to bust in here, kids, but there's a little thing I'd like to take up with Eileen. You don't mind, do you, Charlie?
No, I don't mind. I'll be in a ways, Eileen.
Eileen, I just got a couple of tickets to the roulette on 5th. Swell bunch of new acts.
Not tonight, Nat.
Look, their act leaves in a few nights. You're going to be working. Now, if you don't go tonight, you'll miss it. And show business is your racket. You ought to be up on all the new things that come around.
But I promised Charlie we'd maybe go to a movie.
Baby, I'm not going to woo you tonight. I'm not out to escort you, man and dame. I'm merely posing a professional problem. Do you or do you not want to catch the greatest new act that ever was put on a stage?
Sorry, Nat.
Okay, that's the final word. But you know how you wanted to see Elmira Shue and the Four Laughs.
Are they playing?
Last night, Saturday.
All right, Nat. I guess it wouldn't hurt this one night.
Atta girl.
I'll be ready at 7:30.
6:30, we'll snag a meal.
6:30 then.
Swell. Good night, honey. Now, it's true, I took her out. Just a second now, Charlie. Put that gun down for a second. Let me finish. Yeah, that's it. You see, it was a purely professional evening as far as intention is concerned. However, that does not alter the fact that something happens between a man and a woman. I'd be a fool to tell you I didn't feel a great deal of affection for her that evening. I did. But it is also true, my friend, that it takes two to make a romance. Eileen came along very nicely. Now, let me ask you something, Charlie. Would you want a girl as your wife who was as susceptible to romantic pressure as Eileen was? Can you honestly and truthfully and with any sincerity say yes to that question? The answer's obvious. Of course not. To continue. After the show, I took her up to her place. We had a drink. She turned down the lights. She turned on the radio. She did, mind you. I just sat there. And she came over, sat down next to me.
I feel guilty, Nat. Guilty as sin. Why did you lie to me about that act being at the roulette?
What's the difference? You had a good time. Why feel guilty?
Well, you know. Charlie all alone.
You love him?
I think so. I'm almost sure. I just want a little time, that's all.
Eileen, you're kidding yourself.
How do you mean?
You don't love him. You never could love him. He hasn't got any class. He used to be a fighter. He's got a crease in his schnoz. You're miles above him.
He's gentle and he's sweet. He's kind.
Look, you talking about a man or a house dog?
More than that. I never met anybody like Charlie. He worships me. He'll do anything for me. I mean it, Nat. He actually worships me.
Unhealthy.
I don't know.
Look, would you indulge me for a moment? Strictly for demonstration.
Depends. What?
I'm going to put my arms around you. Like this. Okay, so far so good. Now, if you're the kind of girl I think you are, this is the first time you've had another man's arms around you for a year. Ever since you've been going with Charlie. Don't say anything. Don't want to hear a thing.
What now?
Kiss me.
Nat, you're the greatest pitchman on the island.
I beg your pardon. This is strictly demonstration. Kiss me. Fine. Now, I've been frank with you. I want you to be frank with me. Was that A, better? B, worse? C, similar to Charlie? Don't answer right away.
It was better. Oh, Nat.
Eileen, you don't want Charlie.
No.
You want me.
Yes.
You want me more than anything else in the world.
Yes.
Eileen, I'm nuts about you.
Oh, kiss me.
Now, Charlie, would you consider me a well-adjusted individual if I went into that apartment and failed to make love to Eileen? Would you believe me if I told you I tipped my hat, said goodnight at the door? Certainly not. Now, I could lie to you, Charlie. I could hand you every story in the book. And what would it get me? A bullet through my head, right? Right. Therefore, you're going to get the truth. After that evening, after we decided we were going to get married, we went to you and informed you as to our plans. Now, could anything have been more on the level, Charlie? Ask yourself that. And then I sent her out. You remember our conversation that time.
I'm going to break your neck.
Hold it, Charlie. Now, you listen to me. Eileen and I are in love. We've been in love for a long time. We're going to get married.
You work your spiel, you and your fast talk. I'm going to shove that fast talk right down your throat.
Charlie, sit down. Have a drink. Calm down. Now, you want to suffer? Living your life with somebody who could never love you?
She told me she loved me.
She told me, she told you. She didn't know herself. She was trying to let you down easy, Charlie. Now, it's tough. It's very difficult to accept the news. I know. I've had it myself time after time. But, Charlie, a little pain now is 1,000 times better than a lot of pain later. Agreed?
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to tell you, Charlie, that you almost made a big mistake. That girl is not for you. She never was for you. Eileen is a showgirl. Why, if I told you... Listen to me, Charlie. I happen to be the same kind of no-good type that she is. I am. That's why we go well together. I'm nothing but a Coney Island pitchman. That's all I am, a nothing, a nobody. But you've got something, Charlie. Something called heart. No, Charlie, you're way too good for our kind.
I can't understand. I can't understand it. I had it all figured out. You mixed me all up. Matt, is it true, all those things you said about her?
Every single word. Charlie, we're too old to lie to each other. We've been friends too long.
I never knew. I never knew.
Now, don't worry, Charlie. The right one will come along. I'll be there to give my blessings. All the luck in the world, Charlie. You're a great guy. Much better than we'll ever be.
Thanks, Nat. You're all right.
We went to Reno to get married, as you know. Now, I could tell you she ran away with somebody else. I could tell you she decided not to go through with it, but nothing of the sort was the case. I left her in Reno. And why? Because I suddenly realized I wasn't really in love with her. You see, the night before, I happened to meet this girl at the bar of the Dorwick in Reno. This other girl was your type, Charlie. And all the time I was with her, I said to myself, you ought to bring this girl back for Charlie. This is the girl for him.
9:30.
Thanks. Another drink?
No, I better get going.
At 9:30?
I'm supposed to meet somebody.
You just got your papers today, right?
Yeah. I'm a free woman as of tonight.
Then who you running to meet? Another entangling alliance? What's the point? Out of the frying pan into the fire.
Oh, this is just friendship.
Mm-hmm. That's how it begins. But you'll be worse than the other one.
What about you?
Me? You don't have to worry about me.
Because of that girl you're with?
My sister.
Oh, sure.
That's right.
No. I really have to get going.
Yeah, sure, I understand. Go make a fool of yourself again. Are you busy tomorrow night?
What did you have in mind?
Nothing spectacular. Just me. 6:30, a ride, dinner, see Nevada.
It's a date.
So we traveled around. Sure, I knew she had money. I'm no fool, Charlie, but you can't buy affection for money. That's one thing you learn in life. She'd have to have more than money as far as I was concerned. And I was as honest as anybody could be with Eileen. I sent her home to you. To you, Charlie. The fact that she didn't go back to you had nothing whatever to do with what I told her. So believe me, Charlie, when I got back to New York, I was the most surprised man in the world when you came up to my place and gave me that piece of information.
Nat, you gotta help me, Nat.
Oh, you look terrible.
I know. Look, Nat, I didn't know what I was doing. I saw her. I was like a madman.
What happened?
I heard she was coming to town, so I waited for her, and I followed her home, and I did it.
Did what?
I killed her, Nat. I took my gun, and I killed Eileen.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Richard Widmark in Tell You Why I Shouldn't Die. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, what rhymes with June besides moon?
Soon, Hap. And that's when you should see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer for an Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
The sooner the better, eh, Harlow?
Right, Hap. Because the Autolite Stay Full has over 3 times the liquid protection of batteries without Stay Full features to guard against one of the greatest causes of battery failure. That's why the Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And it's got other protection, too, Harlow.
It sure has, Hap, because the Autolite Stay Full has fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to prevent shedding and flaking and give longer life, as proven by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
So get ready for summer starts before summer starts.
Yeah. And take a tip from me and visit your friendly Autolite battery dealer. He's equipped to give you the best in battery advice and service. And he's got your Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Richard Widmark in Elliot Lewis's production of Tell You Why I Shouldn't Die. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Charlie, when you told me that you'd killed Eileen, all the anger rose up in me. But then when I saw you as you really were, a poor, scared guy who needed help, I pitied you, Charlie, as I pity you now. And even in your desperation, I still pitied you, even though you said things that hurt. Yes, Charlie, hurt deep down here.
You made me do it, Nat. I'd never have done it if you hadn't made me do it.
Now, that's no way to talk, Charlie.
Nat, you've always been my friend. You were the one who told me about her in the first place. You've always been the best friend I had, Nat. You gotta help me.
Charlie, you're not gonna like what I'm gonna tell you to do.
I can't give myself up. They'd kill me. They'd try me for murder.
Charlie, there's no other choice.
There is. A friend of mine owns a boat. Now, the same friend of mine, he told me that you were going with a girl in Reno who had some money. You got some money in that. Give me $500.
Look, I don't know where you're getting your information, Charlie, but I went out with this girl strictly because I liked her. Money had nothing to do with it. She never gave me one single solitary cent. And besides, do you think I'd allow you to become a fugitive? Do you think my conscience would ever let me alone, knowing that I sent you out into a life of hiding?
Don't give me a pitch, Nat. All I want is $500. You got a nice apartment. You got a silk dressing gown. Now, don't tell me you ain't got $500.
All right, Charlie. Just to show you I've got nothing but a soft heart, this will put you on... What ship did you say?
The Marianne Frederica.
Yeah, that's right. All right, this will get you on. $500, Charlie. You don't deserve it, you know that.
Thanks, Nat. I'm sorry I talked that way.
Now get out.
You bet, Nat. I'll never forget this.
Hello, operator. Would you please be so kind as to get me the police department? Wait, Charlie. Please give a guy the right of explanation. Now, let's look over the facts. Number one, you killed her. I didn't kill her. The man next door didn't kill her. My grandfather didn't kill her. You killed her, so that makes you a murderer. I admit very frankly that I did call the police. And why? Because I knew that if you ran away, they'd get you, Charlie. You'd be already convicted. You wouldn't have a chance. So you see what I did, Charlie? I took my life in my hands just to give you a chance at your trial, taking the chance you'd think I was a double-crosser. Oh, Charlie, when they sent for me down at the station after you'd been picked up, when I saw you sitting there, those lights on you, your shirt open and the sweat and your hair disheveled, when I saw that, Charlie, I cried. You didn't see that, did you? Well, I did, Charlie. Tears were running down my face. And ordinarily, I'm not known as a sentimental man.
Recognize him?
Yes. Charlie, it's me. Nat.
You turned me in. What'd you turn me in for?
Charlie.
Does he have an attorney?
You'll have to ask him. Lieutenant, can I talk to you alone?
Sure. Come on out here.
Lieutenant, I've got a young lady waiting for me, so I've got to rush. That is, if you don't need me anymore.
Well, just a few questions.
Sure thing. But before you begin, could I make a small statement?
It may be repeated in court.
That's just what I want. Well, I went with Eileen for a long time. Took her to Reno. We were going to get married. And she came back here when we decided not to go through with it. I was going with this other girl, Barbara. We're in love. I had nothing whatever to do with the crime.
All right. What was Charlie to Eileen?
He was in love with her. He came to my apartment tonight, told me he'd killed her. He asked me for money to get aboard a boat. I gave it to him to save my own life. I saw he was desperate. Then I called you. That be all?
That'll be all for Charlie.
You see, I told him the absolute truth. I'm that kind of a guy, Charlie. Now, if you want to kill a man for telling the truth, that's perfectly all right with me. But before you pull any triggers, try to remember my testimony in court. That was the truth, too. You remember, Charlie, I tried my best for
you. And now, Mr. Driscoll, will you tell the court what your relationship was with Miss Eileen Bishop?
I certainly will. Be more than happy to. It was love. I loved her. She loved me. It was that simple. But things like that break up.
You made love to her when she was engaged to the defendant?
She made love to me.
But you acceded to her advances.
Mr. Bjornson, Eileen was a very lovely girl. But if for one moment I had even one inkling that she loved Charlie, the defendant, never for a moment would I have considered forcing myself into such a relationship.
Mr. Driscoll, you're a salesman, aren't you?
A pitchman. I sell gadgets at Coney Island.
You're a pretty fast talker, aren't you?
I plied my profession since I was a boy. My father was a pitchman.
Did you ever sell the defendant anything?
No, sir. I don't sell merchandise to friends.
On the contrary, Mr. Driscoll, you sold the defendant the biggest bill of goods of your life. That will be all.
When they sentenced you to life imprisonment, I smiled. Yes, Charlie, I was happy. I was happy because I felt maybe I had something to do with the leniency of the court. Maybe because the jury thought I'd prodded you into a murder, which, of course, was totally untrue, you know. Maybe by being a villain, I'd made things a little better for you. And then what do? Instead of making things easy for yourself, instead of being thankful for your good luck, you negotiate a break, and boom, you're out of jail. Charlie, when I heard about that jailbreak, my heart hit the bottom of my stomach. I can't tell you how I felt. I thought you'd gone crazy. Well, you had.
What are you going to do, Nat?
I got to get out of town, Barbara. He'll be after me first thing. He knows he'll never get away with it. He wants only one thing, to get me.
I can call for reservations. We can leave on the next plane.
Yeah, that's the best thing to do. Get out of here till I get him again.
I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to you, Nat.
Ah, you're wonderful, honey.
You get packed. I'll phone for the tickets.
No, I got a better idea. Car. We'll be free to go places.
Whatever you say, Nat. But please, let's hurry.
I was hoping so hard for you, Charlie. You'll never know. Because killing me would guarantee your death, Charlie. And I felt bad enough about the whole thing, let alone have my death be the cause of yours. What is revenge? A moment, and then the suffering begins. So Barbara and I left for the South. We got as far as South Carolina, near Charleston, when Barbara told me the news.
I just heard it on the radio, Nat. They got him.
They did?
In New York City. Just picked him up.
Oh.
Darling, we're safe.
Yeah. Boy, that's a big relief. I was really scared there for a while.
It's all over now, honey.
Yeah.
We can go back home.
That's right. It's all over. Come on, let's get out of this hole. Feels good to be back, huh?
Feels wonderful.
Come here. Oh, baby, what would I do without you?
Let it ring.
Might be important. One more. Yeah?
Yeah?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant.
Well, I got a promotion. The last time it was sergeant. Is the same one that was there last time there this time?
Well, I'm glad you got him, Lieutenant.
It's just it, baby. I was just wondering if you were still in town.
No, I'm back now that everything's all right again.
I don't know what you mean, baby doll, honey, sweetheart. If I was really the lieutenant, I'd tell you that Charlie is still on the loose and liable to show up at your place any minute.
What?
That's right. Better pack up, or they'll be packing you up. Bye, sweetheart.
So long, Lieutenant, and thanks for the information. All right.
You're hurting
What's
me.
a big idea?
What?
He's loose. He's still loose. What's a big idea?
No! Stay away from me.
You want to get me killed, don't you?
Sure, he's loose. He's loose and he's going to get you, Nat. Right here.
That's a sweet trick, getting me back to town, back to the apartment.
How many other lieutenants have you talked to lately?
That was Lieutenant...
Stop it! I could hear her voice cracking all the way over here. For once, you're not going to talk yourself out of anything, Nat. Charlie's going to be here soon.
I'm going to call the police.
Too late, Nat. You've left town. The police didn't have anything to protect you or gone. This place was empty, remember?
What?
Go on, Nat. Talk! Talk loud and fast. You're going to need every word.
I'm getting out of here.
You're going to wait here till he comes.
Out of my way.
I never knew I could hate anybody as much as I hate you. Smooth, fast talk.
Shut up.
You broke me, Nat. Like you broke Eileen, like you broke Charlie, like you broke everybody you ever met.
Get out of my way.
He's coming up the stairs. Hear him, Nat?
Out of my way.
Talk yourself out the back way. Go on, Nat. Talk.
What? Charlie. Get out, lady. Get out of here.
You didn't get out of town like I expected, Nat. You just sat up here waiting. All right. Make your pitch. I got time.
So there are your reasons, Charlie. You see, I told you the truth to the best of my ability. So, you see, that's the case I present to you for your inspection. Listen, they're outside. The police, they're here. Okay, shoot me and get the chair. Or else, here's my offer, Charlie. Come with me and I'll help you get away. I've never stopped being your friend, Charlie, despite how you might have felt about me. I've got some money, too. Not much, but some. And I'm sure, Charlie, with my connections, we could get you out of the country. I've never lost faith in you, Charlie. And even now, during your present difficulties, I still haven't lost faith. That's friendship, Charlie. That's what I offer you, not to save my life, but to save yours. Because, Charlie, you can shoot me down dead. Right now, blow my head off. But I'll die loving you, Charlie. Loving you with my dying breath.
You through, Pitchman?
Yes, Charlie. I'm through.
No dice.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Richard Widmark.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. In 28 plants from coast to coast, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats, including famous Autolite Stay Full batteries carried by your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer. See him soon and ask for an Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, a story suggested by actual events and starring Mr. Gregory Peck, who will tell you the truth about Jerry Baxter. Presented on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Tell You Why I Shouldn't Die was written for Suspense by David Ellis. In tonight's play, High Everback was heard as Charlie, Kathy Lewis as Barbara, and Joy Terry as Eileen. Featured in the cast were Larry Thor, Joseph Kearns, and Mary Shipp. Our thanks to 20th Century Fox Studios, who made possible Richard Widmark's appearance tonight. Watch for Mr. Widmark in that studio's forthcoming production, The Frogmen.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Gregory Peck in a tale we call The Truth About Jerry Baxter.
You can buy Autolite Stay Full batteries, Autolite standard or resistor type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Today, many physically handicapped persons are performing important jobs in almost all fields. If you're an employer, why not check with your state employment service? Perhaps your employment problems can be solved by physically handicapped but skilled and capable workers. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.